morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Please, the court, my lady. Morning.
Nelly Siwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is Tuesday, the 9th of May, 2023. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
My lady, the witness has just gone to the bathroom. She'll be on within a minute. I've sent someone to call her. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, with your ladyship's consent, there's just an issue I think that may be apposite to raise at this stage. My learned friend's been cross-examining extensively on a document which consisted of 140 slides, and I think it would be proper, I would submit it would be proper for that document, because the later document is Exhibit LL2 of the SIU inquiry, but the first document hasn't been presented as an exhibit in these proceedings, and maybe it would be proper to have it admitted as Exhibit LL4 then, my lady.
Can I find out from the evidence
leaders? My learned friend maybe can give an indication whether he wants to rely on it, as he has, it appears.
Okay, Mr. Mukari?
Yes, no, it can be admitted as an exhibit and it can be given a number. I don't know what will be the actual number.
Is the document not part of the documents that are on record?
It is part of the record, but as I understand, Mr. Pinari says that yes, it has been customary to allocate them exhibits. So I say I have no objection if that's what he wants it to be done that way.
Okay.
The last exhibit was I think it was LL3, so it can be LL4.
Okay, can I, Mr. Late? Is Mr. Late there or Mrs. Marriott? Miss Marriott? Are they there?
I saw Mr. Late initially before we commenced.
Well, I'm here, but I've got difficulties with my camera now.
Come again?
I am here, but for some reason my camera doesn't want to switch on now.
Okay, you may proceed. All right.
I agree with both Mr. Pina and Mrs. Murawa.
The document is on, if you can lead us to the document, I can't remember the page numbers, Mr. Mukari, so that it can be properly be admitted as evidence.
Yes, that would be the presentation by the Department of Health at the PDC meeting of 13 November 2014. Is from page 51995, and the last page of it will be it goes up to page 52135.
52135.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Pina. There is a document that is on case line. It's a presentation by the Department of Health at a meeting that was held on the 13th of November 2014. The document is on from page 51995 to 52135 on case line. The document is admitted into evidence as Exhibit LL4.
Thank you, There is a call, please.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Is the witness still not here?
She is there, my lady.
I am here, my lady. My apology.
Okay, Mr. Mukari, I don't see your face. I don't know, maybe it's from my side, but I could see the witness.
Let me log out and come back.
Okay.
We can see Mr. Mukari.
Maybe it's from my side. It's fine. Let me see what happens because. Can you see the witness?
My lady, I
Yes,
can see
my
the
lady.
witness, but I cannot see Mr. Mukari.
Okay, I'm going to exit the meeting.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Mukari? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, my lady.
Dr. Manamel, Miss Mahlangu, apologies. I can't see her now. I don't know what's happening. Can you see the witness?
I can see her.
What is happening? Miss Mahlangu, good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
But what is happening? I think there's something wrong because I can't see you now. I saw you with Mr. Lead. I can see
My
Mr.
lady,
Lead.
problem
Yes.
the problems with the load shedding, my lady, it's going to keep on like this while there is load shedding because of the signal strength from the service providers. That is much lesser than when there's no load shedding. So I think while we can hear each other, we should proceed. Otherwise, we're going to stop and stop.
Yes,
and stop
what I'm going to do, I will rather use my own device because I'm at the High Court. I'm using the internet from the High Court. It has been giving me problems, but I must see the witness. That is my problem. Okay.
Should I
No. There's no need for you to do that. I'm going to try this one and see if it can. Yes, Ms. Matlango, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Mkari, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Matlango.
Good morning, Council.
Yes, we are still at the meeting of PBC 26 November 2014, page 1697, slide number 6. Are you there, Ms. Matlango?
Yes, I'm almost there, Council.
All right.
Yes, I am there, Council.
We dealt extensively with the presentation that you made to PBC, and we've looked at slide number 6 yesterday. And what appears on this slide, what you presented,
I think there's something wrong with Mr. Mkari. Am I the only one observing that? I can't hear him. He seems to have been frozen.
He's frozen, my lady.
Can anybody alert him, please?
I agree, my lady.
Thank you.
I will do so, my lady.
My lady, it looks like he's focusing on the screen. He's not picking up the phone.
Oh, okay.
I'll try the PA now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back, my lady. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, no, I'm sorry. The load shedding just started now whilst I was talking.
Okay. You may proceed then. That's fine.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, I was, before we cut off, saying to you that in terms of the presentation that you made on the 26th of November 2014 at the PBC meeting, you presented that the department will begin the process of the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. That's what you presented. Am I correct?
So that's what we presented, Council.
And that that will result in potential savings of 20% of the 251 million rands that is paid to Life Esidimeni per annum. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And also that you will be taking those mental health patients to department institutions, but you're still going to check the number of beds available. Am I correct?
That's what we said with the PBC. Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So when we look at this, you can see that when we look at this, yes, when we look at this, we can see that after this presentation was made by the department, you had a homework now of going to look for the availability of beds in departmental institutions, and to explain why, according to your evidence, you did not say to the PBC that there is a possibility of some of the patients or mental health patients being taken to NGOs, because you also did not know about that yourself. Am I correct?
My lady, through you,
yes.
if they be allowed to take counsel back, when departments make presentation to PBC, PBC asks questions, the department responds, then PBC engages in the discussion and PBC takes decisions. The Department of Health went there with this presentation. When we come out after discussion, the department comes back with a different decision. That is my testimony to the court. Before we get to the department doing its work.
No, that was my question, and that's not the answer that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the answer to my question. And my question flows from your own evidence. At the beginning of my cross-examination, you said that you did not know that there will be patients who will be taken to NGOs. You only became aware later. You remember that evidence?
Counsel, yes, that is correct. But my point is, once the PBC presentation is made, there are discussions. After questions and answers and discussions and a decision is making, then the department goes back. And I think it's important not to let that process lose its track, because when the department goes back, it goes back with the decision of the PBC, which may not be as the decision, may not be what the department went into that meeting with. And that
I'm not interested in that, Ms. Mahlangu. I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in wanting to know whether you want to change your evidence that you gave, that you only became aware about the NGOs later. Do you want to change that evidence?
I am not changing my evidence, Counsel. I am adding to see that after the discussion in the meeting, the presentation is made, my lady. The questions are asked, the department responds, and the people takes the decision.
That point, you have made that point.
I've said, my lady.
Yes.
My apologies.
Please refrain from repeating your evidence. Just stick to the questions that were being asked. Continue, Mr. Mkari.
Yes, thank you, my lady. So, given your evidence that even yourself, you only became aware of the NGOs later, that is after the 26 November 2014.
I think you are having a problem. You are breaking. I don't know why. Can you hear me, Mr. Mkari?
I can hear you very clearly, my lady.
Yes, but you seem to be breaking now. I don't know what's the problem.
On break, it means the system has not yet become stronger. But let me try it again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, just try it again.
Yes. So, Ms. Mahlangu, I'm saying that in the light of the evidence that you only became aware, even yourself, that mental health patients will be taken to NGOs later, that is even after the meeting of 26 November 2014. Now, can you tell this inquest as to who took the decision to transfer the mental health patients to NGOs?
It's the officials of the department.
So must I understand it to be the officials of the department in your exclusion?
But I don't execute, my lady. I am a policy, I oversee policy implementation, I oversee implementation. Once the officials comes to the MEC and say, oh, we thought we were going to do this, now we are doing this, because we also have experience of having done this work for over 10, we've got more than 10,000 mental health care users in NGO. I had no reason not to trust them or to doubt their...
Yes, but Ms. Mahlangu, I'm going to stop you. This is not the question. Please listen to the questions. That evidence is on record. We know about it. Just listen to the question attentively. And please stay calm. Otherwise, you are not going to answer properly. You might end up saying things that you are not supposed to say. Emotions do not work here. Thank you. Please.
Ms. Mahlangu.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, the question is a simple one. You have answered by saying that it is the officials of the department. So my follow-up question was it the decision by the officials of the department in your exclusion?
Yes, Council. The officials come to me and say, this is what we're going to do. And then I said to them, fine, if this is what we're doing, you must go ahead, because they said they have been doing this work. My lady, I am not a technocrat.
The question is, it is the decision of the officials in your exclusion.
Yes, my lady, because the officials have
it's fine.
Experience and authoritative people. And
the answer is yes. Thank you.
Now, the decision to transfer mental health patients is taken by the officials. Mental health patients to NGOs is taken by the officials. Can you assist us now by identifying those officials, because they can't remain unknown to you?
Council, the team is led by the HOD, and the project team is, it was a shoot. The names are on case line and the records of details of this court.
So the decision was taken by the HOD together with other officials. That's what you're saying?
Council, yes, that's my answer. And I'm saying to Council and to the court, when the officials came to me and said, MEC, we can no longer, remember the questions asked in the legislature, where are these mental health care users are going to be taken? I answered in the legislature. They come back again and said, oh, no, we're not going to get there enough hospital beds. Therefore, we're taking these patients into the NGOs. And I believed and I trusted them, because they've got expertise and knowledge and authority in doing this work.
I keep on repeating again, please do not repeat your evidence, Ms. Mahlangu. Listen to the question attentively and answer, please. That evidence is long on record. Continue, Mr. Mkara.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, the decision to transfer mental health patients from Life Esidimeni to NGOs, according to your evidence, was taken by the HOD and other officials. Am I correct?
Was taken by the HOD. They informed me, and I saw no problem in what they were telling me because I trusted them. They informed me in the meeting.
That is not the question. That question may still come. The one that is on the table for you to answer is, your evidence is that the decision was taken by the HOD and other officials. That's correct. Am I right?
Yes, advised that the HOD and his team, and they came, and I agreed to that.
Thank you.
Leave it there and wait and see if I'm going to ask that question. So let me now ask you the question now, because I see you are itchy then to answer even the follow-up question that you may not be sure of. So let me answer it. When did they take that decision?
I can't remember the time frame, Council.
And did they communicate the decision to you?
It was in the presentations. They are all on case line, my lady.
Did they communicate the decision to you?
It was in they mentioned it they indicated they talked about it in the meeting in some of their presentation. I don't remember exactly. We can go to all the presentations so that we see where this originates, in which meeting this was presented, and to the question of the legislature, because there's a relationship between the two.
Ms. Mahlangu, was the decision communicated to you by the officials?
My lady, there was a presentation made in meetings about the NGOs taking the mental health care users. That's what I remember.
Continue, Ms. Mukab.
Who communicated the decision to you, because they cannot all speak at once?
My lady, the project team, the leader of the Department of the Administration is the HOD under any circumstances. Then the HOD assigned and appointed Mr. Msenogi and Dr. Manamela. The presentations were sometimes made by Dr. Manamela, sometimes by Mr. Msenogi. And then we will have a discussion after those meetings, after the presentation is made.
Who said to you in whatever meeting that you mentioned, we have taken the decision to transfer the mental health patients to NGOs MEC? Who said that?
I can't remember exactly between Mr. Msenogi and Dr. Manamela, because they were the project leaders.
Yes, but that was said to you, am I correct?
It was said in the meeting, my lady.
Yes, it was to you. It doesn't matter whether it is in the meeting.
In which meeting you were present?
In the meeting which I was present, my lady.
In the meeting that you were chairing as well, not so?
The meeting, yes. Meetings, when they meet with me, I'll preside over those meeting, Council.
Yes. And did you approve that decision that they took?
I supported the decision, Council, because the officials said to me, this is the work they've been doing over a period of time.
Yes.
As a result of that, if I may add, my lady, Steve Mabona, our media liaison officer, went out to issue a media statement to indicate that this is what the department is doing, and that media statement can be found, I think that is in public information. That also included the fact that the department has been rolling out community mental health to more than 10,000 people that were involved in this.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Continue, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, can we go to the minutes at page 32108 of the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014, 32108. So these are the minutes that Ms. Hassim referred you to.
Is
32108. The minutes of the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014.
My lady, I'm trying to access. I think my laptop says there's a problem with network. If I may just be given a few minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
My lady, my attorney is going to assist her just to find the page. We go across. And
Okay, thank you.
Give her a hard copy just to make some progress.
Thank you.
What the record?
I think the attorneys just handed me the hard copy, my lady. We can proceed.
Thank you.
All right.
Can you go to, you can see from this minutes, and I'm asking you these questions, bearing in mind what you have already said, that you are disputing the minutes insofar as they relate to the Department of Health. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
That is absolutely correct, and I stand by that.
Yes. So let us go to 32109. Items under Department of Health. Do you see that?
Yes, Council, I do.
But if you look at the first bullet there, it says the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. You have already testified that that has always been the position of the provincial government, that in whatever you do, the quality of the service that you provide must not be compromised. You remember that evidence of yours?
I remember, and I stand by that.
So bullet point 1 is consistent with that evidence, am I right?
That's correct. And I wish to say, my lady, these minutes are not a true reflection of what was discussed. And I'm not sure being asked about these minutes is going to help, because my answer remained that I don't recognize the things mentioned here, and I don't think it's fair to be taken through these minutes.
Well,
can you leave counsel to do his job, Ms. Mahlangu? If you don't want to answer, you can say so, but let counsel do his job, please. Continue, Mr. Mkhari.
Thank you, Madam. If you look at the second bullet, it says the department to work with DED. What is DED?
The Department of Economic Development.
The department to work with DED on the production of local meds versus imports, laundry services, and Gauteng Provincial Treasury will have to assist with the lease agreement for laundry, EMS, and hospital equipment. Was there a lease agreement for laundry, EMS, and hospital equipment which the department had?
There's nothing like that.
So there was no lease agreement for laundry, EMS, and hospital equipment.
My lady, if I may say something. And I am on my knees. I don't know how else to explain this. These minutes are not a true reflection of this. That boardroom where we met had recordings that would be done at any given point in time. Being asked about these minutes, they are not a true reflection of what was discussed in the meeting. I don't know how else to answer.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Mkhari.
Okay, so let's look at the bullet 3. The department should continue to pursue getting back the money owed by NHLS. What is NHLS?
If I may take you back, Council, I tried to explain to you, DED stands for Department of Economic Development.
Yes.
And NHLS stands for National Health Laboratory Services. If I may explain about NHLS, the NHLS was owing the Department of Health a lot.
No. I've not asked the question yet, Ms. Mahlangu, please. I've just read this sentence, and I only asked you what is NHLS, and you have told me for which you are thankful for. Wait the question.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So here is this statement says the department should continue to pursue getting back the money owed by NHLS. Did NHLS owe the department money at the relevant time?
My lady, may I beg your indulgence not to answer any questions related to these minutes?
But I'll still continue to answer them, to ask questions.
Yes,
then
continue.
If you say you don't want to answer, just say I don't answer.
My lady,
Yes.
I really can't see where these questions are going. All these detailed questions about that meeting, how is this going to assist the school?
Please? Mr. Nkari?
Yes, thank you.
How is it going to assist this court in coming to the findings requested for that this court must answer in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act? All these details, what this stands for, what that stands for, was there money owed by the department? How is it going to assist this court? It has got nothing to do with the transfer or the discharge of patients to the NGOs from Life Esidimeni. I know Mr. Mokari has not been part of this inquest from the start, and if this court allow all these detailed questions that don't refer to any specific person or any specific act by the witness, how is it going to assist this court? We're wasting hours of time.
Thank you. The point is made, Mr. Late. Mr. Mokari?
Thank you very much, my lady, and also thanks very much to Mr. Late. The witness, as we understand, is that she has placed in dispute the issue of the decision as to who made the decision, and that according to her, the decision was taken by the PBC in the meeting of 26 November 2014, and she also placed in dispute the minutes of that meeting. So the questions are in relation to test insofar as it relates to what the minutes have recorded. If she admits or denies the knowledge of what is recorded here, because that is going to assist in the end in examining her own evidence insofar as a denial of the correctness of the minutes. So the questions were in that context, but I do not wish to engage elaborately on this exercise because I was going to be moving away from it in a matter of a minute before Mr. Late objected.
Okay, before Mr. Late reply, there is Ms. Hasim.
My lady, I just wish to add, not really to what Mr. Mokari is saying, but to the objection by Mr. Late to say that this is far from irrelevant because all around who took the decision. And that
to
is
terminate the contract. Mm-hmm.
And then from there flows, who took the decision and what was the nature of the decision? Was it to move patients only to departmental health facilities or to NGOs, and how did that decision then get taken? So it's actually crucial that we understand the evidence of this witness, and I would ask the court not to curtail the cross-examination on this point, my lady, with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
I know it's crucial who took the decision, or it's part of the evidence that this court has to evaluate, to make a finding in the end. It's not so much crucial, but all the other discussions of that meeting, for instance, the money owed to the department by the company, it doesn't help this court. And I appreciate that Mr. Mukari is not going to take it much further, because it's not going to assist the court in making even credibility findings regarding when there are other evidence, other aspects in the minutes that do not form part of the LE project.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to allow Mr. Mukari to continue, but to bear in mind that he shouldn't get into the details which are not relevant to assist this court in arriving at its decision in the inquest. Thank you, Mr. Mukari. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
My lady, my attorney is going to call the witness back now.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Late, you can just lower your hand. You may proceed, Mr. Mukari. The witness is back.
Thank you, Ms. Matlangu. I understood your position in the evidence that you are giving now, that you refuse to answer any question that will be put to you in respect of the recording of the minutes of 26 November 2014, insofar as they relate to the Department of Health. Did I understand your evidence correctly to that effect?
That is correct, Counsel, because the minutes are inaccurate. They are not complete.
All right, so let's move on so that we don't waste time by asking you questions which you have already stated on record that you are not going to answer. I'd like to take you to the letter from South African Society of Psychiatrists of June 2015. This letter has already been referred to you by Ms. Hasim. It is at page 18312. It is a letter of June 2015 from South African Society of Psychiatrists addressed to you. Are you there?
Yes, Counsel, I am there.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask you in a different context from the one that Ms. Hasim asked you about this letter. I only want you to focus on the heading of the letter. You see, it says, the reduction of medium to long-term hospital beds for the mentally ill at Life Esidimeni care centers. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
And this letter is from the South African Society of Psychiatrists, and it is in June 2015. You see that?
Yes, Counsel.
That is almost 9 months after the PVC meeting of 26 November 2014. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
And here you can see that the South African Society of Psychiatrists at this stage of June 2015, what they know to be the department's position is the reduction of medium to long-term hospital beds and not the termination of the contract. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Counsel.
So which means that as of June 2015, the South African Society of Psychiatrists didn't know that the department is terminating the contract. Am I correct?
Yes, Council, they did. According to this letter, they didn't know.
Yes, indeed. And when you turn to the next letter from them, which is 18319, and this one is October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
It is also a letter from South African Society of Psychiatrists addressed to you. And then the heading of it there is the notice to terminate the contract with Life Healthcare Esidimeni Hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And in this one, then they say that the announcement to the media by the MEC for Health that notice has been given to terminate the contract with Life Healthcare Esidimeni has been noted by the public sector psychiatrists of Gauteng. As outlined in our previous letter of June 2015, we are deeply concerned that community mental health services have not been sufficiently developed to accommodate these MHCUs. We are aware of the intention to relocate the funds to government psychiatric services. However, this will take time to and will not address the immediate problem of providing appropriate care to this specific group of patients. So is it correct when one looks at this letter that only in October 2015 do the psychiatrists now know that the department is terminating the Life Esidimeni contract? Do you see that?
Yes, I see the letter, Council.
Yes.
The conference.
And you see that it is supported, that narrative is supported by their subsequent letter of 26 November 2015 at page 18101. You see that? 18101. Are you there?
Yes, Council, I'm there.
And the heading, this one, it says termination of contract with Life Esidimeni. And they say they refer to the correspondence and the meeting of 23 November 2015 concerning the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni. Was this meeting held with you or was it with your officials of 23 November 2015?
I think it was with the officials. I was in the legislature during this time.
Yes. Paragraph 3 of this letter. The South African Depression and Anxiety Group only became aware of the imminent closure of the Life Esidimeni facilities in late October. And of course, I've referred you to that earlier letter of October, when the Gauteng Department of Health released its press statement. Do you see that?
Yes, Council. If I may explain, my lady, with your permission. My practice as an MEC has always, at the time, when there were decisions coming from the Executive Council of one kind or the other, or from important structures, I would meet with the officials to brief them so that I don't lose sight of the agents of the issues. In the PBC concern I'm referring to, the HOD was present and a lot of other senior officials as to how they transmitted that decision, that the government decision, into the other officials. I wouldn't be aware of those details.
All right, can you put that one aside, Mahlangu? And I'd like to take you to the affidavit which is on record. It is an affidavit by Ubusuku Morgan Mkachwa. You'll find it at page 2287. Are you able to get to that page?
Yes, I am there, Council.
Did you know at the time who Ubusuku Morgan Mkachwa is?
I never met him, Council.
You never met him?
No.
That's fine. If you look at paragraph 3 of his affidavit, he describes himself as managing director in Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And you say you never met him?
No, I never met him. If I may, Council, the only people I met at Life was Dr. Kemi Chetty. After she left as a HOD from Health, she joined Life. And I can't forget this gentleman. I think there were two people I remember the names, but I forgot the second one. He's a white guy. Those are the people I had met, I think, in February or so, or March 2015, to talk to them about a lot of other issues, including about the termination of the contract. Morgan Mkachwa was not present in that, and I never had any interaction with him whatsoever.
All right, that's fine. And let us look at paragraph 6 of his affidavit at page 2288. In 2014, after the Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. A. Motsoaledi, announced the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan 2013-2020, the Gauteng Department of Health contacted Life Esidimeni and myself in particular and advised that the department wished to reduce the number of beds in the 5 facilities. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So you are aware that that is what the department did and contacted Life Esidimeni in 2014 about this. Is that correct?
Yes, Council. I was not the MEC for Health there. Some of these things happened before I came in. I joined Health in 2014, May. The strategic plan was already in place, and the 20% reduction, they were already busy with it.
Oh, okay. I think it's because paragraph 6, it doesn't confine itself to a particular month. It simply says 2014. So you say that this meeting, although it was 2014, but it was not during your term as MEC.
Which meeting, Council? I think the paragraph is talking to the broader policy framework issues.
Yes, okay. That's fine. You became the MEC in 2014, and the National Mental Health Policy also then was announced in 2014, and the discussions in 2014, if one looks at paragraph 6, but if you say that that was before you became MEC, then this is fine. I'm not going to hold you.
If I may say it through, my lady, priorities of government for the next financial year, which starts April, will be discussed few months or the prior months before the start of April, so that in April, when the financial year starts, those programs are factored in the budget, and so that there's resources for implementation in that regard. I think that sequence is important to understand.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine. And can you go to paragraph 19 of that affidavit, page 2291? Are you at paragraph 19?
Yes, Councillor.
The Gauteng Department of Health informed us, so us here is Life Esidimeni, at one of the quarterly review meetings that they were going to embark on a program to stop the numbers of patients referred to the Life Esidimeni facilities so that the number of beds could be reduced. Notwithstanding the strategy, the reduction of beds did not satisfy the department. So was this what the department was hoping to achieve, or this also happened before you became the MEC in 2014?
If I remember very well, and I'm going to use both Selby and Life to make the point, with your permission, my lady.
Yes.
The Department of Health was down referring. Let me start with the HIV and AIDS. Patients who were not too well to go home or not too ill to stay in hospital to Selby, so that they can be cared for by not a very experienced medical professional, but there'll be some level of care given there for the HIV and AIDS patients. So Selby initial stages was established for that purpose. When the department decided that it's not renewing its contract with Selby, then we started referring lesser. That's why the involvement of the internal medicines professors in the respective academic hospitals and regional hospitals was important in the work that Mr. Msonego was doing. That is one aspect. The same approach was developed for Life. That when you are going, as the department as government had taken a decision to terminate the contract, then the department needed to refer lesser medical healthcare users, down refer lesser mental health care users to Life Esidimeni, so that you do not have a huge number of MHCUs by the time the transfer happened. So yes, this bullet is talking to that point, and it's applicable both to Selby and to the Life Esidimeni contract.
Yes, actually, in brief, it talks about the national mental health policy, because that policy talks about the gradual reduction. Am I correct?
Paragraph 19, my lady, talks to the national mental health strategy, but most importantly, it talks to the fact that the department, after the PBC made the decision, the department then said you should refer lesser patients, down refer lesser of them to Life Esidimeni, so that you don't have a huge number of people that will be at the Life Esidimeni institution by the time the contract is terminated. And I think that qualification is important to understand, Council.
Yes, but paragraph 19 does not say anything about PBC.
The decision has already been made, Council, and I'm simply elaborating as to what was the intention, or what does paragraph 19 suggest to say?
Let's look at paragraph 20. In February 2015, the MEC called a meeting with Life Esidimeni and advised that the Gauteng Department of Health had budgetary constraints and that she had decided to terminate the contract by the end of March 2017 at the latest. This was confirmed by her 2015-2016 budget speech. The MEC refused to enter into any discussions, and she advised us that she had made the decision. She also mentioned that in Brazil. Now, this paragraph, when you look at it, first it refers to the meeting with the MEC in February 2015. I assume in 2015 the MEC was yourself, am I right?
Yes, Council, 2015 February, I've already spoken to the fact that I had a meeting with Life, and Dr. Kemi Cheti was one of the people present in that meeting.
So, but you can see from this paragraph that Mkachwa was also present in that meeting.
He was not present, Council.
Okay, that's fine. But in that meeting, what is being said here is that you communicated to them your decision to terminate the contract.
I did not communicate my decision, my lady. I communicated government decision. When as a MEC you communicate, this is not Danny's personal house, whatever. I was communicating a government decision made at the PBC in November 2016. 2014, I mean to say.
I'm just referring to what this paragraph is saying, that but you have...
I was not communicating my decision. It was a government decision.
And it concludes by saying the MEC refused to enter into any discussions, and she advised us that she had made the decision. Do you see that?
Government made the decision. I said government has already taken this decision and we need to go ahead and implement it. And in that meeting, my lady, if I may say so, if I may indicate, I think HOD was present in that meeting. I don't know whether Silvano was the HOD or it was still Dr. Gosnell. I can't remember exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Manamela. And as a rule, wherever I met stakeholders with the different aspect of the department, the relevant officials will be invited in such meeting, and some people in my office as part of support. In that meeting, Dr. Kemi Chetty was present, and she was the HOD for health, if I may put it on record, that during the time of my tenure in 2009, 2010, Dr. Kemi Chetty was the HOD of health. At this time around, when I met her, she was working for Life Esidimeni.
If you turn to paragraph 24 of the same affidavit, page 2293. Are you there?
Yes, Councillor.
On 11 March 2015, the head of department, Dr. T. Silvano, wrote a letter to Life Esidimeni instructing Life Esidimeni to reduce the number of beds by 200 by the 31st March 2015 and by a further 20% by the end of April 2015. When we made telephonic inquiries, we were informed that he had been instructed to write the letter by the MEC. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, I see it, my lady.
Did you instruct Dr. Silvano to write that letter?
No, I did not.
What this paragraph also communicates is a 20% reduction in Life Esidimeni. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Council. But I cannot comment on Mr. Mkachwa's document because I've never met the gentleman and I was never in any meeting where he was present.
Yes, it's fine. I'm not saying that all what I'm asking you is whether what is recorded here is accurate or not. If it's not accurate, you simply say that it's not accurate insofar as your knowledge allows you to remember. So he refers here to the reduction of the number of beds by 200. And we know that that was the department's intention to reduce beds by 200 per year. Do you remember that that is what the department wished to accomplish?
Yes, Councillor, I'm following you.
Yes, I'm saying that that was the department's wish to reduce beds by 200 per year. So that one is correct. Am I right?
Yes, Council. And I further said yesterday, and I can't remember, this is day 6 now. I may not remember when I said this, but there's one of the days when I was asked a question about okay, let me leave it.
It's fine. And in the department, if you look at this paragraph 24, over and above the 200 per year reduction of beds, wanted to introduce the 20% reduction, which according to what you say, it was supposed to be achieved by end of April 2015. Was that also the department's wish?
I think so, Council.
A further 20% reduction.
I may not remember the details, Council, so I have no comment on what Dr. Mkwaja is saying here.
Well, that seemed to be true if you look at paragraph 26 of that affidavit, because paragraph 26 says, on 25 March 2015, Life Esidimeni declared a dispute with the Gauteng Department of Health opposing the further 20% bed reduction in April and agreeing to the 200 bed reduction, which was part of the Gauteng Mental Health Strategy 2020. So there was even a dispute that was declared. But
I was not aware of those disputes, Council. This was an operational matter. So I know what dispute issues are in the proceedings of this court.
So yourself as an MEC, you're not aware of that dispute?
These were operational issues.
I'm just saying that yourself as an MEC, you're not aware of that dispute?
These were operational issues. I would not be aware.
All right. So what you see from what I've already taken you through, the presentation that you made at the PBC meeting on 26 November 2014, the letters that I've referred to, especially the one of June 2015 from the psychiatrist, and paragraph 24 of Mkwaja's affidavit, that what has always been known and understood was that the department will be reducing the number of beds incrementally per year from Life Esidimeni. And that position is held right up to June 2015. Do you agree with me on this one?
Government took a decision at the PBC meeting in 2014 to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract.
But what you can't show us is anything that supports that.
May
No, but it seems.
Can you please listen to the questions, Mr. Mahlangu? Let counsel finish his question, then you will respond.
So that the point that I'm putting to you is that you seem to be the only one who knows about such a decision, that not even your senior officials are aware of it, because everybody seems to be talking about the reduction of beds and not the termination of contract.
You are inaccurate, and I repeat the stance.
Sorry, I didn't get your answer.
Your assertion is inaccurate, and I dispute it. If indeed I have to be proven right, all the MECs must be called to this inquest. All the officials of the Department of Health who accompanied me to the meeting must be called to the inquest.
Well, your officials then have already been called. I mean, Dr. Silibano was called here.
There were other senior officials other than Dr. Silibano, many of them, who were with me in the PBC meeting.
Let me take you to your statement that you made at the arbitration, that is LL1. LL1 is at page 52334.
I am there, Council.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take you to paragraph 11 of that statement at page 52337. Are you there?
Yes, I am there, Council.
Just bear with me.
52337. Paragraph
yes, you may
11.
proceed.
This is a statement that you read into record at the arbitration under oath. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
You also read it into record in this inquest under oath, not so?
Yes, Council.
And you said that this constitutes also your evidence. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
So paragraph 11 reads as follows. At the Premier Budget Committee meeting held in November 2014, the department was requested to reduce costs where possible to ensure over expenditure is reduced. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So there was a request from the PBC to the department to reduce costs. Then in paragraph 12, you say, in response to the PBC decision referred to in the above paragraph. Am I correct that the above paragraph you are referring to paragraph 11?
Yes.
I received a presentation from the head of department, Dr. Bani Sedevano, which notified me of the proposed plan to reduce the cost and financial obligation of the department. He stated further that the department was unable to meet some of its financial obligations to various suppliers and creditors. He took me through the slide presentation, which are next here to marked A. Do you see that?
Yes, Council, I do.
So in your own statement to the arbitration, you are referring to no decision that was taken by PBC to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract.
The PBC took the decision, Council. I may not have said it in exact those words, but the fact that I mentioned it in those paragraphs, the PBC took the decision on the 2014. Yes, the presentation we made there, when we left the meeting, we left there with a different decision from what we presented initially.
And what you submitted to the arbitration under oath was that the PBC made a request in paragraph 11. Am I correct?
Yes, Council. But the request, after the request was made, they would table the discussion, the presentation, and the decision was made to terminate the contract.
And that is what you did not tell the arbitration process.
I had no legal support in the administration, in the arbitration. I was asked to come there, and I had nobody supporting me. Even the guys who were there were just simply there for administrative purposes. I was never guided under any circumstances.
You did not need any legal support to tell the arbitrator that there is a decision to terminate the contract by PBC. Am I correct?
I needed the guidance.
Just a second, Ms. Mahlangu. Mr. Hodes, there is an objection here. Mr. Hodes.
My lady, the question is inaccurate if regard is set to paragraph 14 of that very same document. You'll see the word termination. The question is inaccurate, my lady, if you have regard to paragraph 14 of that very same statement, LL1. You'll see the word termination. So it's inaccurate to say that it wasn't discussed.
Mr. Mkari, if you can look at that.
Okay, let's go there. So paragraph 14 of LL1, Ms. Mahlangu, will be page.
Is it not the same statement?
Yes, I'm looking at the same statement.
Okay.
It will be page 52338.
I am there, Council.
You're there? So paragraph 14 reads as follows. The plan inter alia included but not limited to the termination and or a revision of the following services, and it mentions the services targeted. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the plan that is spoken about or that you are referring to in paragraph 14 is a plan that you have already mentioned in paragraph 12. Am I right?
Yes, that I've mentioned throughout my presentations, my lady.
Yes, no, I'm talking about 12 says in response to the PBC decision referred to in the above paragraph, I received a presentation from the HOD, Dr. Bani Sedevano, which notified me of the proposed plan to reduce the cost and financial obligations of the department. So which plan is this? Is this the plan of the PBC or the plan drafted by the HOD?
The plan that we took and make presentation to the PBC, the 20-page slides.
So that's what you call the proposed plan.
I think so. I may not have all the things in my head, but what I think we are referring to here is what is we discuss here, the items reflected in paragraph 14.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Not limited to termination and or revision of services.
Okay, thank you. We can take the chair adjournment, my lady.
Ms. Mahlangu, you are warned, as I did previously. The court is going to take the tea adjournment. I think we can resume at 11:35. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
We are ready, my lady.
Yes, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, I'm almost done. I'd like you to go to your warning statement. That would be LL2. It starts from page 1675. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
I'd like to take you to paragraph 7.1 of your statement at page 1676.
Paragraph
7.1.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes, my lady.
During 2014, an executive decision was taken by the Premier's Committee on the Gauteng budget to reduce costs in the Department of Health. The Life Esidimeni Service Level Agreement was one of the identified items included in the list of more than 12 items.
My lady, my apology. I closed the door. My apology. I forgot to close the door. Yes, with your permission. My apology.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Let me start it again. During 2014, an executive decision was taken by the Premier's Committee on the Gauteng budget to reduce costs in the Department of Health. The Life Esidimeni Service Level Agreement was one of the identified items included in the list of more than 12 items that was non-compliant and exceeded the budgetary allocation. A copy of the cost containment and revenue enhancement measures is annexed marked QDM1. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, Council.
QDM1, it is a presentation that we have already gone through it, which you presented to PBC on 26 November 2014. Is that so?
Yes, Council.
And you say that an executive decision was taken by PBC in 2014, and that executive decision was to reduce costs in the Department of Health. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So that is a decision that you say was taken. Am I correct?
Council, if through you, my lady, reducing costs can be revising the contract, cancelling a contract can be in the greatest detail, can include number of aspects as it is stated in the previous statement that the Council has read already.
But that's not my question. I'm saying that I'm looking at your statement. I'm saying that in this statement, the executive decision was which was taken was to reduce costs in the Department of Health.
It was to reduce costs by cancelling contract, by revising certain contract, by renegotiating contract cancel. It's
Mahlangu, I don't like to interject when you give evidence. What Council wants to know, he just wants you to confirm what is written there, to say you have stated in the statement that there was a decision that was taken by the executive committee, and the decision was to reduce costs in the department, full stop. That is what he's asking you, not to explain what that decision entails. Am I correct, Mr. Mkari?
That's correct, my lady.
My lady, if I may.
Just answer the question. He just wants you to confirm what is being stated in your statement. That's that, and nothing else. Yes, I'm waiting for you now.
Yes, can you respond? Can you answer, Ms. Mahlangu? That is the executive decision that you have written here in paragraph 7.1 to reduce costs in the Department of Health.
Yes, my lady, my answer is yes, and I'm elaborating.
All right, no, that's fine.
Hey, my lady.
Yeah, then I've heard your elaboration, then that's fine.
Thank you, Council.
I'm simply referring to what is in your statement.
Yes, Council.
Yes.
Elaboration, if it's taken into account, I appreciate that.
I'm not taking into account, I'm simply saying that you have elaborated.
Proceed, Council.
Yes, thank you, my lady. And you have been MEC for a number of years. If I'm correct, from 2006, you have been MEC in different housing departments. Am I correct?
From 2004, it was exactly 12 years, 8 months.
2004, yes. Thank you for that correction. And you have always known how executive decisions are taken in government, am I right?
For all the 12 years, I was fully aware, including today.
Yes. If I take you to the Constitution, section 140 of the Constitution.
Section
140.
140.
140.
Okay.
Are you there, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, Council, I'm there.
Executive decisions. Subsection 1 says, a decision by the Premier of a province must be in writing if it is, paragraph A, is taken in terms of legislation, or B, has legal consequences. So 2 says a written decision by the Premier must be countersigned by another Executive Council member if that decision concerns a function assigned to that other member. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So the executive decision that you say was taken by PBC in 2014 relates to your Department of Health, am I right?
Yes, I'm meaning the PBC decision, which is a subcommittee of Council of Executive Council.
So then if it is an executive decision relating to your department, it will have to be countersigned by you, am I right?
Yes, Council.
And there was no such decision that you countersigned?
Neither the Premier nor myself signed the decision because these were budgetary discussions. Those decisions are made and the Treasury instruct departments to implement.
So there was no executive decision? There
was an executive decision in the PBC. The PBC is a subcommittee of the Executive Council, as you correctly outlined it yesterday, Council.
All right. In the same paragraph 7.1, you say that a life Esidimeni service level agreement was one of the identified items included in the list of more than 12 items that was non-compliant and exceeded the budgetary allocation. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Is it correct that we now know that the budget of mental health care was never reduced?
Was never?
Well, was never reduced during that period. Am I right?
Okay.
I am not following.
The budget relating to mental health care in the department was never reduced at any stage, including during that period, 2014. That's what I'm saying.
The budget for the program where the on life Esidimeni contracts per se was consistently overspending, and I think in the early beginning of these court processes there was a presentation shared. I think Council can look at that and see the trend of how the contract itself the money was being spent in the department. That's part of the concerns that why, amongst others, that department was put under administration. There's a presentation here, Malay. There's 2 of them.
Ms. Mahlangu, I'm sorry to interject your evidence. I'm not sure if you're answering the question, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't think you're answering the question. The question was the budget of mental health care in the department was never reduced. Am I correct, Council?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and I don't know, you are speaking at cross purposes. I don't follow your evidence. If you can respond to the question. If I think Council must just rephrase it so that you can understand it better.
So during the relevant period in 2014, the budget for mental health care was never reduced. In fact, it was increased. Am I correct?
That is incorrect, Council. The Department of Health overall was overspending on different programs, including the contract of Life Esidimeni. There was over expenditure. If I may, through you, my lady, my attorney helps me to get to the slide, which was referring to the number of the expenditure relating to this contract per se.
Yes, of course, you are talking about the expenditure, whereas I'm talking about the increase in the budget. I have not come to whether that constituted an overrun of the department's budget. I'm just saying that during that period, the budget relating to mental health care was never touched. So it was always increased, and there was no stage when you reduced it. So if you agree with it, you say, I agree. If you don't agree, say, no, I don't agree because it was once reduced or whatever.
Council, I can only speak on the contract. On the departmental programs by program, I can speak on details. But on the Life Esidimeni contract, there is evidence before this court that the contract was overspending year in, year out.
But the overall budget for mental health care was never reduced.
I've never seen an line item in the budgetary when I was in the department that says mental health. There was program 1 up to program 8, if I'm not mistaken, and the sub-programs, I never dealt with those details.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Now, in conclusion, as I understand your evidence, you only met with PPC once where Life Esidimeni issue featured, and that was on 26 November 2014. Am I correct?
Yes, in addition to that, Council, in subsequent presentation of the department in all PBC, when I was present, there was mention of all the contracts that would have been terminated. The 2015, the 2016 PBC, those presentations are available. I can share with the court.
Yes, we do know that in 2014, there was no any other subsequent PBC meeting. The last one was 26 November 2014 for that year. Am I correct?
That is correct, Council. If I may, through you, my lady, subsequent to that, with the implementation, there was an engagement with the Premier, David Makura, responding to the letter returned by Nehau. In the request for the meeting, it was discussing the Selby, it was discussing the Life Esidimeni, and that information is available before the court.
Can we first deal? We want to understand your evidence, and it is only you who can assist us to understand your evidence. But it's not helping you for you to say lots of things which are going to confuse us. The question relates to the last PBC meeting. So do you agree that in 2014, the last PVC meeting was on the 26th of November 2014? That is the question.
Yes, my lady. And
yes. But can we confine this? If there is any other thing, then the council will ask you, unless if you want to, but let's stick to the PVC meeting. Just rather wait for the questions. Perhaps it's too early for you to say these other things.
Yes,
continue, council.
Thank you, my lady. So you have already jumped to the meeting with the Premier, which is with Nehau, and that meeting you have already testified about it. You have been cross-examined about it. I do not have to waste the court's time by going back to that meeting. But what we know from your evidence is that in that meeting, what was discussed was the absorption or possible absorption of employees from Life Esidimeni to government institutions. So that was really what was discussed. Am I correct?
Yes, given the fact that the contracts were cancelled. You cannot absorb the workers when contracts are not cancelled because they remain intact.
In line with the presentation that you have made of the 20% incremental reduction,
I disagree with you, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine. Then the next PBC meeting where Life Esidimeni featured, it was in October 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Yes. So I'm saying that in 2014, there was only one PBC meeting where Life Esidimeni was discussed. And you even said yourself in your evidence that there was no reason for me to have gone back to PBC because there was nothing to report about. My officials have never told me anything of major concern or major problems. That's what you said. Am I correct?
Yes, Council, through you, my lady, may I add that
Yes,
the PBC is not like the social cluster or the governance cluster that meets on bi-weekly. PBC meets only once a year. That is why the next PBC engagement will be in October, the following year. That is important.
Yes, no, I understand. But I'm just talking about your evidence that you said there was nothing to report to PBC because the officials never told you anything of concern which will have required you to report back to PBC. That was your evidence.
That is correct, Council.
Yes. So I put it to you that on the evidence that you have tendered, Ms. Mahlangu, there was no termination. There was no decision from PBC to terminate Life Esidimeni contract. That's what I'm putting it to you.
I disagree with you, Councillor.
And on your own evidence, the department was attempting to implement the National Mental Health Policy Framework 2013-2020 by embarking on a gradual reduction of beds from Life Esidimeni starting from 2015. Is that correct?
That's what we went to PBC with the presentation. When we come out of there, we came out with a different decision. And I stand with that, Councillor.
That instead of the department implementing that policy, the department decided on its own to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract and also deciding to transfer the mental health patients to NGOs. That was the department's decision.
The decision of termination comes from the Premier's Committee. The decision to take mental health care users, that was the departmental decision.
That will conclude my cross-examination, Madam.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Munjarere, are you ready? Do you have questions to this witness?
Yes, please, of course, my lady. I have no questions for this.
I can't hear you.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Miss Foster, are you there?
As for please, my lady, I am present. May I just ask the court's indulgence for 10 minutes just to set up my computer? I haven't realized that Mr. Makari will be so quick. If the court can just give me 10 minutes, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for that, perhaps, yes?
May I request a leg stretch whilst counsel is doing that?
Yuri?
May I request a leg stretch while counsel is setting up?
Okay. I thought I would. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Miss Matlapi?
My lady, just before the witness can be excused for a leg stretch, I wanted to indicate to this honorable court that on behalf of Mr. Musenohi, we do not have any cross-examination for the witness.
Okay, thank you.
We reserve our right should anything come up, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
As it pleases the court.
Yes, you may take your break. I think Ms. Mahlapi, you can lower your hand. Where is Miss Foster?
Sorry. Just want to fix my gown. Thank you, my lady. If I can just zoom in a bit.
Miss Mahlangu, where are you now?
I am here, my lady.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can't see you, but I can see Miss Foster.
Thank you, my lady. I'm ready then.
Just a second. I need to see the witness.
We can see all, my lady.
You may proceed.
That's good, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, my name is Phyllis Foster. I'm acting on behalf of 4 of the families of the deceased that died at CCRC and Sia Badinga. May I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Mahlangu, we all agree that the government, as you put it, made the wrong decision by terminating the Life Esidimeni contract, and it happened in such a short period of time, and that as a result thereof, 144 patients died. Do you agree with me?
Councillor, can you rephrase your question? Maybe be brief.
Before you do that, Mr. Profi, please don't interrupt unless there is something. What is the problem? Mr. Profi?
I just wanted to ask if we can please get an outline of the cross-examination, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster, you seem to have forgotten what you're supposed to do before you start cross-examining the witness.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I've got 8 topics that I want to cover with the witness. The one is about who gave the instruction. Secondly, I want to know regarding the investigations that was ordered by Ms. Mahlangu regarding the natural deaths. Thirdly, I want to ask questions regarding the letter of Dr. Selabano. Fourthly, I want to ask a question regarding the plea to the public to assist the 702 interview that was done by Ms. Mahlangu. And then I have 1, 2, 3 questions regarding the representations made to the legislature that was uploaded on case lines by Ms. Mahlangu herself, of questions that was asked by Mr. Bloom. And then lastly, I wanted to ask a question regarding a personal cell phone number that was provided to the families.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mahlangu, we all agree that the government made the wrong decision in terminating the Life Esidimeni contract. Is that correct? Do you agree?
I don't think Council the decision was incorrect. Execution went wrong.
So the wrong decisions were taken.
Decision was not incorrect. Execution, implementation went wrong.
Okay, but does the decision to execute specific things, does that not go hand in hand together?
No.
Does the execution not follow a decision?
But Council, you make a decision. At the time you make a decision, then people go and implement. And at the implementation, then things go wrong. And those processes are too distinct.
Okay. Can you please tell the court what was the implementations that went wrong during this Life Esidimeni termination?
As per the court, the information that has been shared before the inquest, that patients were not treated well, were sent to NGOs who did not have capacity and no adequate staffing, and that the NGOs were not paid on time. As a result, the patient care was compromised.
And
that's the things in brief.
And then who were responsible for this wrong implementation? Who is the person that this court can point to and say, you took the wrong decision or you implemented the decision wrongly?
My lady, the team, the project team, the names are on the case line. And the team, as I continuously said, the HOD is the head of the administration. There was different people were involved there, including those who were on the ground implementing the things on a daily basis. I would not know those who were like under nitty-gritties of what they were doing on a daily basis.
But you were now the MEC, and I'm asking you.
There is a hand. Yes, whose hand is that?
Thank you, my lady. It's mine. My lady, I don't want to interrupt unnecessarily, but questions like that, who was responsible? That's very much what your ladyship is tasked with answering at the end of this inquest. There's no point asking the MEC who she thinks was responsible. What is she going to say? That a certain nurse at a certain NGO didn't do a certain job appropriately at the right time, in respect of which particular deceased is the question asked. There are so many problems with that question, my lady, and my submission is that it's not appropriate for this witness. Please.
Okay, thank you. That it has already been answered. Perhaps she should just move on. Thank you. I think I recognized your hand very late. Where is the witness? Can you see the witness, Ms. Foster?
I can see the witness.
Now I can see her. Yes, continue.
Okay. Ms. Mashrange, you are here today to assist the court to come to decision. Do you agree with me?
Counsel.
So if you need to assist the court in coming to a decision, can you please tell the court who were responsible for these wrong implementations?
But isn't it that question, it has been answered? Perhaps we should move on. I think Mr. Martin has already placed his concerns on record. And I said you should just move on from that question. Just move away from that question, because the witness had already answered before Mr. Martin raised the objection. But now you are repeating the question. I don't understand.
Okay, so
she has already answered. Perhaps you should continue with other questions.
As a court, please, my lady, but can the court just relate to me what the answer was, because then I didn't hear what the answer was.
She spoke about the HOD and the project team, whose names are on record. That's what she said.
Okay, so the court must, if I understand the court correctly, then
I can't see the witness, and I don't know. I need to see the witness when she testifies. I don't understand what is happening here, and I'm wasting time by having to.
It seems to be your system, because we can see the witness and Ms. Foster.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Otis, I can't see the witness either. Sorry.
You also can't see the. Yes, perhaps you can exit the meeting, Ms. Mahlangu.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, but we can see the witness, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Foster can see the witness also. Yes, thank you. Proceed.
Ms. Musonga, if I can just capture your answer, you answered that the court must help the HOD and the project team responsible.
My lady, through you, I think we've gone through the structure. The levels of implementation.
Just a second before you respond, Mr. Hodes.
Thank you, my lady. That was not her question or answer. It's incorrect. She asked, who does she think is responsible? She's answered, has been dealt with by Mr. Martin. Now, Ms. Foster, so you think the court should hold those people responsible? That's incorrect, my lady. And she can't ask who she thinks the court should hold responsible.
Ms. Foster.
My lady, that was not my question. I specifically asked the court to relay the answer to me of what Mr. Mashlangu has testified. And the court said that the answer was the project team and the HOD. So I just confirmed
what is the question now?
I want to know who is the people that you refer to regarding the implementation, who must be held responsible to assist the court, my lady. That was my question.
Just a second, perhaps the witness must step aside so that we can deal with this once and for all. I think there was an objection by Mr. Martin, right? And I thought we have dealt with that. I said, because the witness has already responded, perhaps you should proceed with other questions, because I don't think I agree with Mr. Martin to say that this is not a question that can be asked to the witness, because, I mean, we have got the evidence on record and it's something for the court's determination at the end of this inquest.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Can the witness come back?
My attorney is fetching her, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed, Ms. Foster, but I can't see you, but you can proceed as long as I can see the witness. Can you see the witness?
I can see the witness. Thank you, my lady. Okay.
Can you see Ms. Foster?
Ms. Mashlambi can see.
We can, my lady.
Okay, she can continue. That's fine, as long as I can see the witness.
Mr. Mukari asked you who took the decision regarding the termination of the life as a Romanian. Your answer was the government. Do you remember?
Yes, the PBC. PBC is a government structure.
Okay, so that will be whom?
The PBC.
Mukari. Would that be Mr. Mukari at that stage? Was he the PBC? Who's the PBC that you referred to?
Miss Foster, were you attending the proceedings throughout?
My lady, I have not been. I have went through the YouTube channels and I am conversant with what transpired.
Yes, but then this creates a problem because the witness has explained what this PVC is, the provincial budget.
I understand that, my lady, but Mr. Mukari asked a few moments ago who was responsible, and she answered the government.
Yes, that's what she's explaining, and there's no difference in the two responses as far as I understand.
I will continue, my lady.
Okay, please continue.
Ms. Mashrangi, were you part of the government?
Yes, was she part of the PBC, the Provincial Budget Committee, that took that decision, as she says?
I understand, my lady, but she said the government took the decision. Then she said the government consisted of the PBC, and I wanted to know, does she include herself of being part of this government?
My lady, for the purpose of clarity, may I explain to Ms. Foster?
Just before you proceed, Mr.
Just
Mr.
answer my question, Ms. Mashrangi.
Just a second, there is an objection here, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this witness has said now on a number of occasions that the PBC took the decision and that she was part of the PBC.
Yes.
So it's been said repeatedly now over, I think, the entire course of her evidence. She said it again and again. My concern is that I listened to Ms. Forster's outline of her cross-examination, and it seems as though she's going to be covering a number of areas that have already been covered by Ms. Hassim and Mr. Mokari, and the evidence that was covered in chief, and I'm concerned that we might now have...
No, I'm not going to allow, I won't allow the questions that have already been asked, unless if she asks different questions or... Yes, I'm not going to do that. Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. I will move on. Ms. Mashlanga, can you please tell the court, did you physically see any of the investigations that you ordered regarding the deaths of the mental health care users? Was any of those reports regarding the investigations done provided to you?
Counsel, my lady, I'm not sure whether I understand counsel, but let me try and attempt to answer.
Can you please rephrase so that the witness can understand the question? Which investigations are you referring to? Perhaps there should be a basis. If you can just put a foundation for the question so that she can understand.
Well, it's very difficult with all the objections raised in between.
No. I'm not taking. I'm not, Ms. Foster. I'm not taking an objection. It's me. The witness doesn't understand the question.
I'll do that, my lady.
So I'm also lost. I want to understand what is it that you're asking her.
I'll do that. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mashlangu, you ordered the investigations into the deaths of the mental health care users. Is that correct?
Yes, counsel.
So what caused you to lodge these investigations? Why was it necessary for you to lodge these investigations?
Because I was concerned with the number of deaths that were reported At the time, they said the death had occurred at the NGOs. That's why we thought it's important to investigate, to get to the bottom of what are the causes of death and the circumstances thereof.
So then, now my question to you is, in these investigations, was it done?
Council, there was only one investigation done, which was comprehensive. The investigation was done.
Just a second, I'm sorry. I hear some noises in the background. Please mute your mics if you're not addressing the court. The witness is busy with the evidence. Yes, continue.
My lady, there was one comprehensive investigation done by Professor Malekapuru Makgoba. It covered a range of issues, and I think the report of the ombuds is available on Caseline. And it covered many areas, so I would not be able to repeat all of those unless Council wants us to go through the report. But I cooperated with the investigation. I submitted information through my office and all of that.
So you ordered investigations, there was only one done, and you had insight into it. Am I correct?
I'm not sure about insight. I submitted information. I was also called as the witness to come and state my viewpoints or the things I knew at the time. So I also cooperated fully with the ombudsperson, and he states that in his report.
Ms. Moshango, I don't want to confuse you, and I'm sorry. I just want to know, did you see the investigation report or did you not? You ordered the investigations into the deaths of the mental health care users. You said there was one investigation done. Did you see the investigation?
Yes, once the ombuds was done, if you're referring to the ombuds, that report I saw when it was done on the 1st he sent me a draft report, I think beginning of January, and we engaged and I gave my comment, and the final report, he published it on the 1st of February 2017. Parallel to that, I would have asked, or I asked Dr. Libete to as I said, I indicated in this presentation that I requested a meeting with MEC for Safety then, MEC Malobane Nkosi, to help us through the police to get the case numbers. Those forensic autopsies reports we were not given because the professors or they were not allowed to give us that information. That I only saw them in the proceedings of Caseline once the inquest started. That looks at the causes of death for those autopsies which were done.
Ms. Mashrangu, except for the life disability deaths that we are now dealing with, was it ever necessary for you during your tenure as MEC to order investigations into other unnatural deaths relating to other matters? Or was this the first time that this has occurred during your tenure?
Where I was personally involved, like as in getting information and asking the ombuds to investigate, yes. But the department on daily basis, they have, what do you call this now? I forgot the name, but the department deals with, there's mortality committees in every hospital that look at if a mother died in labor and the causes may be a suspect, there'll be a committee investigating that and they look at the reports. And that's why even my evidence chief, I spoke about the litigation where government would have been found to have been on the wrong, where the mother during the stage of giving birth at the hospital, she was not treated well. Those will be dealt with to say that yes, government is admitting guilt here. Therefore, this is how we are going to proceed to compensate the family. But I would not have been personally involved those because they were dealt with by the respective committee in the respective hospitals on daily basis.
All I asked you is, did you personally order any other investigations? But I assume from your answer, the answer is no.
I said no, Council.
Mr. Mokari also asked you regarding the letter that was supposedly written by Dr. Salabano, ordering the 20% reduction of beds. Can you remember that?
Yes, Councillor, I saw the letter, what's written in the document.
So, did I understand your evidence correctly that Dr. Silabano wrote this letter out of his own accord?
My lady, the HOD has a very powerful responsibilities in government. He's a head of administration, or if it's a she, she's a head of the administration. So once the decision was made, then the natural, and we had a meeting in February 2015 with life as it is reflected here, the next course of action was the HOD to take the matter forward by writing the letter. Yes, the HOD would have written the letter correctly so, because that was in his ambit in terms of his responsibilities. A politician cannot enter into contractual contracting.
Ms. Mahlangu, are you saying he wrote the letter on his own, full stop, yes or no?
He wrote the letter based on the government decision that we took.
Can you proceed, Ms. Foster?
All right. So he received instruction to write that letter. I've got that. Ms. Moshanki, why was it necessary for you to go onto the 702 radio interview and ask the public for assistance?
Because I was informed, Council, that in one or two meetings that there was a problem with some of the MHCUs who arrived, particularly at Vescopis and Sterkfontein. I'll confine myself to that. They arrived without shoes and all of that. So I thought it was necessary to call the public to support. But this was not an isolated incident, as I've said in my chief evidence, that in some instances would have asked for stethoscopes, for donation, would have asked for a lot of other things, because the department was always under financial difficulties of this kind or the other.
But you do agree that the guardian of this mental health care users was the Department of Health?
That is correct.
On page number 42343, paragraph 38 of the report.
Page number?
52343, my lady.
5243.
52343.
Paragraph
number 38.
I am there, my lady.
In that paragraph, you stated that Life Esidimeni was uncooperative with the release of the files of the patients until your resignation.
Yes, that's what I stated there, my lady.
Okay. Do you confirm that? Was that indeed the situation?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, at the time, this was the information I was told.
You also testified, or in that statement, you also said that you provided your own cell phone number to the families of the mental health care users so that they could call you.
Yes, yes, Council, and not only to them, but it was always my practice that the cell phone number that is paid for by the state and the citizens of the province should be able to call me about any matter that concerns them in any facility in the province.
Did you receive any concerns from family members? Did they call you on your cell phone, raising concerns with you?
I received calls, 2 calls. I think one was a gentleman, if I remember very well. He came to the department. We met with him, and I think the meeting lasted for about 10 minutes at most. He was looking after one of the person he was looking after was at Life Esidimeni at Randfontein, if I'm not mistaken, and the mother or the next relative of this person was in the US. So he wanted to hear what the department's plans were. And I was with the officials, we shared with him, and in 10 minutes the meeting ended and he left. And the next call I received was I think one of the patients would have died and the family needed help. Again, I requested Dr. Libete to help. Other than that, I don't remember other calls relating to the Life Esidimeni matter per se.
Ms. Mashlangu, would you regard the legislator as being part of the PBC or the government?
No, the legislature is not part of the PBC. In terms of the constitution, my lady, there are 3 spheres of government, if I'm not mistaken. There is a judiciary, there is government, and there is a legislature. As the executive, we account to the legislature. So as member of the Executive Council for Health, I was accounting to the legislature. So the legislature is independent from the Executive Council. That's why they can call us for reports. The SICAI, they can summon us to say we're doing an announced visit and all of those things. It is stated in the Constitution.
You also testified about the Ombudsman report. So did you have insight into the Ombudsman report? Did you read it?
Yes, Council, I did.
Did you agree with the contents thereof?
There are sections of the report that I did not agree with, and I'm on record about those. But in overall, I think it was necessary to do the report, as I indicated that I needed to establish the causes of death and be able to take the matters from there.
I want to refer you to page number 52397.
Of the report, Council?
No. Sorry, this is part of the legislature exco speech.
Yes, Council.
Can I refer you to paragraph 6? If you count from the bottom, I counted the word yes as the first paragraph, then just paragraph 6.
What is this? Oh, is this from this page?
I am there, Council.
It's the, my lady, can I continue?
Yes, just introduce the document properly, because I see it starts in the middle. I don't even know what this is.
My lady, it was part of the bundle that was handed in by Mr. Hodes, support of Mr. Mashlangu. Maybe if I can just refer to the left-hand side.
Mr. Mashlang, my lady.
Just come again.
Advocate said Mr. Mashlang.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I apologize.
Continue.
Thank you. Ms. Mashlangu, can you identify this document? What is this document?
These are transcripts from the legislature when you answer questions or deliver speeches or have participated in the discussion with the members.
All right. Now, paragraph 6 of this report, you answered Mr. Blue, Member Blue. It started with, let me last end with Life Esidimeni. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
In this, you said that we are not married to any service provider, Member Blue, and the point we have to make in public, which I want to repeat in the House, is that we are not going to throw any patient away. If people have shares at life, it is not our problem. Next paragraph, it says, if people have got personal interest in Life Esidimeni or in the Life House group, it is not our problem. What we are saving is 300 million rand that we are spending at Life. Yet we can treat the patients in other facilities differently with the same level of care without necessarily spending that amount of money because we no longer have the money. What is the context of this answer that you provided?
I would not remember the exact thing, but I think there was a discussion in the legislature about the Life Esidimeni contract per se, and the members were saying that the contract should not be cancelled. I can't remember exactly the context, but it had to do with the cancellation of the contract. As I said, as a matter of principle, government cannot be hell-bent to be with one service provider in line with the Constitution, in line with the Public Finance Management Act. So that's the issues that would have been discussed at the time in the legislature based on, and I would not remember everything else that was said in there, but this is somehow some of the things that were captured.
Would you agree with me by reading these two paragraphs? It sounded like you defended the decision to terminate the project, to terminate the contract.
My lady, I have already said that as a member of government and a member of the Executive Council first, and a member responsible for health, and being the member of the Provincial Budget Premier's Budget Committee, the decision binded me, and I agreed to the decision. I cannot then step out of the legislature and say I disagree with the decision, unless otherwise there were facts suggesting to me that a decision could not be implemented for one reason or the other.
All right. So the answer is yes.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, continue.
Then I just want to take you to page number 52401. If I can see, that is something that occurred on the 29th of November 2016. Also answers that was provided to EXCO, to the legislator. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council. I think someone, Council has seen took me through this, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. I do not, if I do ask the same question as Ms. Asim, I apologize, but I do not want to ask.
Please,
I
will
not
do that. Yes.
I won't do that. The court can point me to that if I'm doing that, but my question relates to the following. There you were asked questions on paragraph by Ms. De Zimba, if I understand it correctly. Sorry, and there were specific questions asked you, and I'm not going to repeat it because I'm very sure that Ms. Hasim did that. But I want to know from you if this Ombudsman report now came out and you have to answer those questions today. What will your answer be? Because Mr. Zimba pointed out that the department already spent 13.1 billion rand on illegal claims, an additional 200 million for medical negligence. Do you see that? So now, relating to the Ombudsman report, because that's the reason that you provided that you could not answer the questions. Now you have the Ombudsman report. Will you be able to answer those questions today?
My lady, may Council maybe take me one by one.
I will do that.
Just before you do that, if you can assist me, what is the relevance of that question, Ms. Foster? How is it going to assist us? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
The relevance is that the legislature already raised concerns in November 2016. And Ms. Mashlangu said that she cannot answer those questions because she awaits the Ombudsman report. Now today, the Ombudsman report is available. The legislator pointed out that we've spent more than 13.1 billion rand on a project that was supposed to save costs.
Yes.
The legislator pointed out that the transfer of 2,378 mentally ill persons from lifestyle dementia has resulted in the death of 36 patients. And one of the families is preparing to sue, but that's not relevant.
So what is the question to Ms. Matlan?
My question is, now that you have the Ombudsman report, can you answer why the department had to spend 13.1 billion rand on negligence to a project that was supposed to save costs?
Okay, she can answer.
My lady, I think this is a wrong interpretation. The 13 billion referred to the, I don't think it's got to do with the mental life Esidimeni. And I'm not sure whether the amount is correct in the first instance. The medical legal negligence, those were the cases that in the presentation that Mr. Senior Counsel Advocate Mukari took us to kindly so yesterday when we talked about the programs that the department needed to do in ensuring that we don't spend money on this. Remember, medical negligence it's not budgeted for. It's not any other line item. When the court decides that government has made mistakes in the process of this mother giving birth to a child who ends up being born with this cerebral palsy, then the department is instructed to pay. So this money is for that, not about the mental health care users.
Ms. Mashanga, I'll take you through it one by one because I hear what you're saying, but that is not my question. On this 29 November 2016, the member, you were asked specifically, it says, thank you very much, Speaker. This is to the MEC Council for Health. The transfer of 2,378 mentally ill patients from Life Esidimeni Health Institution in Randfontein has resulted in the death of 36 patients, and one of the families is preparing to sue. This is against the background that the department already spent 13.1 billion rand on illegal claims and additional 200 million rand for medical negligence. Could the MEC please indicate, since these patients need special care inevitably at a cost, how do you expect inexperienced NGOs scrambling for small government subsidies to be able to meet their needs adequately? Do you see?
My lady, I see this, but I don't remember the 2,378 patients, the mental health care users, and the 13 billion figure of medical negligence related to mental health. I do not remember. So I don't know what the member was asking for. Maybe the council can go to the section where I answered the question in the legislation.
I will go there. I'll just complete the questions. It says, the second question they will ask is, how is expecting poor families of relatives to shoulder their care any different from privatization of public health care? The next question was, have you seen the families of those that died and took personal responsibilities? And then fourthly, why were the families contacted only by SMS to inform them of the move of their mentally loved ones? Lastly, why was the MEC so hasty in implementing this policy, which was envisioned to come into full effect in 2021? That continues on the second page is your answer on page number 52402. You can read your own answer there into the record. Paragraph 3. It says, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the questions. As I have indicated before, the matters relating to the transferred patients from Life Esidimeni is a subject matter before the Health Ombudsman. And in this regard, I would request the House to allow the process to be concluded. And on basis of after the report has been concluded, we will be in a position to provide a full report. Now, yes, we have the Ombudsman report.
Yes,
you can position to answer those questions now.
What I can say, Council, hindsight is the best teacher. With hindsight, things could have been done differently with the implementation, and I continue to say I am deeply, deeply sorry. And I wish I can turn the clock, but I can't. And hence, I would say that based on the Ombuds report, there are some aspects of it which are subject of this inquest that suggest to me that the way families were engaged was not adequate, and they could have been engaged better. And for that, I'll continue to apologize for the things that happened when I was MEC for Health under my authority.
Ms. Mashlonga, I'll conclude with the following. On that same page, Mr. Bloom, it's just 2 paragraphs down. He said, I asked this last week a similar type of question. What has been the Honourable MEC's interaction with the relatives of the deceased and what assistance have they been provided? I do not see why it's so difficult to actually provide us an answer on that. To hide behind the Ombudsman report tells me that something truly terrible is going to come out when it is finally published. And that is what happened. Am I not correct? Something terrible came out in the Ombudsman report.
Well, Councillor, through you, my lady, I could not have anticipated the outcome of the ombuds. I was shocked as everybody else. Hence, I thought it was important for me to show my remorse and to continue to say I apologize and I'm sorry about what has happened, and I resigned because I couldn't bring myself to continue to be working for the same government when things have gone wrong in the department where I was an MEC, and I took political responsibility, and I continue to hold that view today.
Thank you, my lady. I do not have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Siboko? Is she there?
I am, my lady.
Yes, do you have questions?
I only have one question.
Yes, you may proceed.
To the witness, my lady, however, in fairness to the witness, to give context.
Yes, you may do so.
As the court pleases. Ms. Mahlangu, in the 6 days
Just
that you've been in the state.
Before you pose the question, you can outline of asking that question.
Yes, it's just one question, my lady. In the 6 days that the witness has been on the stand, daily we've had, even now, under cross-examination by my lady friend, Ms. Forster, she referred to Dr. Libete. She's always deferred to Dr. Libete for assistance. In respect of that, I just have one question. However, I just need to give context to the witness why I want to ask the one question, which relates to the assistance which she sought and it was given by Dr. Libete.
Continue, yes.
Continue to clarify why I want to ask the question, or to proceed to ask the question, my lady?
I still haven't heard the reason why you want to ask that question. So I thought you were still explaining that.
Okay. I will proceed. The evidence, how I understand the evidence of the witness in the 6 days that she has been testifying, the thread that runs through her evidence is that, firstly, the decision to terminate was not hers, but it was that of the collective of the province, the MECs and the Premier. Secondly, on the implementation, which, according to the witness, how I understand her evidence, she does not seem to tie the implementation to the decision itself. And how I understand her evidence on each occasion where she has been questioned, and she, in her answer, responds by saying that she took advice of the expert or of the officials who have, according to the witness's evidence, the necessary skill, expertise, and experience. She acted on their advice, and one such witness is Dr. Libete. We have heard from Dr. Libete's evidence when he was here, and we have gleaned from the documents which have been filed on case line that Dr. Libete, firstly, was not a psychiatric doctor. He was a deputy director, clinical services. And under clinical services, he would have been also responsible for the forensic pathology of the hospitals in Gauteng. And his evidence is to the effect that when Dr. Mahlangu approached him for help, and I think the evidence of the witness corresponds with that of Dr. Libete. When Dr. Libete and Dr. Mahlangu say, the MEC requested...
And who? There is no, we don't have any doctor. Okay, Miss Mahlangu, not Dr. Mahlangu.
The witness, my lady, I beg your pardon.
Okay, continue.
So they both agree that Dr. Libete was requested to assist in respect of the forensic, of expediting the postmortems of some of the people who died. And when Ms. Mahlangu, in her capacity of then MEC for Health, interacted with the MEC for Community Safety, Malobana Ngosi, if I'm pronouncing the surname correctly. Dr. Libete was also part of that team. Today, her evidence is that when the Ombud presented her with a draft report before the final report was filed, again she asked Dr. Libete for assistance. Now, why I want to ask the question? To the extent that Dr. Mahlang, the witness, wants to state that one of those people on whose guidance she relied is Dr. Libete, that could not have been correct because, number one, Dr. Libete's assistance came way after the decision, came way after the impugned PBC meeting, came way after the presentations she herself made to the politicians. Therefore, to the extent that the evidence or the reliance of the witness's actions and conduct was on the advice she received from the officials, that could not have been from Dr. Libete having been one of those officials.
Yes.
That's effective, and that's effectively the question.
You may proceed then.
As the court pleases. Ms. Mahlangu, you are aware that at the relevant time, Dr. Libete was the Deputy Director General Clinical Services, correct? We are in agreement?
That's correct, Council.
We also agree that you were aware that his involvement on each occasion that you went to him for help was to assist after somebody had died from the NGOs, which Ms. Foster has taken you through now.
Yes, I was with Dr. Libete on a couple of occasions. And I asked him to help me with the submission of the information to the ombuds. And indeed, I was with him in the meeting with the MEC for safety, as he correctly stated that he was the CO for the Forensic Pathology Services.
And therefore, he is not one of the officials you referred to when you presented and every step that you took in relation to the termination or the implementation of either the recommendation of the PBC or the mental health policy. Dr. Libete did not advise you in that regard.
My lady, the doctors in the Department of Health had, some of them had specialists in public health. And Dr. Libete sometimes was an acting HOD when the HOD was not there. So I interacted with him on a number of capacities and he will contribute in the meetings. So when I say I rely on the expertise of the officials who were under me, I mean like different of them at a different occasion. I may have gone to him about the forensic, I may have gone to him about this or that. So I may not be specific exactly about the occasion you're talking about, Council.
Correct, but you can exclude him from assisting you when you took the decision that brings us all here today.
I don't know whether he attended the PBC meeting or not, so I wouldn't remember. Which I took senior officials with me to every important meeting when I was going to meet the leadership of the province or going to the legislature. And I don't know whether he was present at this meeting or not.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Koka.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, may I not switch on my camera? I am not feeling well, my lady. My lady, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you.
As the court pleases.
Mr. Shabangu.
As the court please, my lady. I have no questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Thank you.
As a court, please.
Ms. Mboweni?
May I please support my lady? I've got no questions for this witness.
Thank you. I think Mr. Manamela has long left this meeting. I don't think he has long left this inquest. I don't think he's there. Is he there, if I may ask? Nelisiwe?
Judge was not in for roll call this morning.
Come again?
He was not in for roll call this morning, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to pass him and Mr. Profi.
As the court pleases, Mary, I do have questions for the witness. May I ask to start after lunch, please?
Why?
Just because I'm not going to finish in 5 minutes. So if we can perhaps come back at 13:55.
I think we can break now and resume at 5 to 1. Yes, there is Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just to ask your ladyship's permission, I have something that I need to deal with at 2 o'clock. I've asked Mr. van Heerden, Mr. Saunders from our team to please observe the afternoon's proceedings, but I don't want to just not be available without your ladyship's permission. So with your ladyship's permission, could I be excused between 2 and 4?
Before I do that, is it still your stance that you don't have questions to the witness?
My lady, things have changed. There have been a lot of questions that have been asked where my client has been named. However, I don't want to do what I objected to Ms. Forster doing, which is to tread the same water as other parties have done. I don't want to ask the same questions for the mere sake of it. So it is something that I am considering. I do have one very narrow line that I do wish to ask the witness on no matter what. And the only thing is we're still considering whether or not I'm going to go further than that. I should know within the course of this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. You are excused.
As it pleases.
The witness is sworn to court adjourns for lunch. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes, my lady.
I don't see the witness. Thank you. Ms. Soboko? Yes, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. I think Mr. Lisabuko was done. Am I correct? Yes, Mr. Profi, before you start, Miss Maite, I think I don't know what happened.
May it please you, my lady. My lady,
Yes.
I just wanted to place on record that I too do not have any questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you.
May it please you, my lady.
Mr. Profi, you may proceed.
But if I may just canvass the aspects I wish to cross-examine with the witness attention, it is merely narrow aspects that relate to the three NGOs, which I represent, being Ubushle Benkosi, Moseho, and Takalani. So, but let me just start with what I'm canvassing. It's the NGO payments, LE deaths and medical records, what the MEC knew in respect of Ubushle, points of clarity in respect of her statements, lastly, comments in respect of the legislature speeches.
Yes, you may proceed. I hope you are not going to repeat the questions that were asked. And insofar as we find that the questions are not relevant, I mean, one will have to stop you.
As the court
Yes.
pleases.
Continue.
Ms. Musanga, as I've stated, that I represent three NGOs in these proceedings, being Ubushle Benkosi.
Just before you proceed, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Yes, you may proceed.
Takalani and Moseho. Now, Ms. Mhlanga, I just want to emphasize that I do not seek a repetition of your evidence. If I ask you a question and it in respect of one of the three, you just have to tell me that my answer doesn't change, it remains the same. Are we on the same page?
Thank you, Council.
Okay. And then most of it just be points of clarification in respect, particularly of what Advocate Hassim had canvassed with you. But again, when I ask you questions, I don't want it to be general. I want it to be specific to any of the three which I represent. So I'm going to begin with payments of the NGOs. It was a while since you've seen this reference. If we can turn to page 52380, being the trail of correspondence in respect of update on mental health NGOs.
Council, may repeat the page
52380.
380. Thank you.
My concentration is the correspondence you sent Monday, 12 September, beginning, good afternoon, colleagues.
Yes, Council, I'm there.
Now, this was already read out to you during a cross-examination with Ms. Hassim. My only ask is, with specific reference to Ubushle Benkosi, who told you, in respect of the NGOs you're referring in the correspondence, who told you about this problem the NGOs were experiencing in terms of payment?
If I'm not mistaken, Council, it was when I went to Precious Angel. I don't remember the exact time. And when I also, after that meeting, I had a meeting with the NGOs, particularly those who were based in Tshwane, and they also confirmed that indeed they were experiencing problems of payment.
So these issues were birthed out of your either visiting the NGO or your meeting with the NGOs, correct?
Yes, Councillor, that is true.
So my question just merely relates to Obuhle Nkosi suffered the same system failures as you suggest in your correspondence. So why weren't they included in the NGOs to be paid?
Oh, I wouldn't know, I wouldn't remember exact reasons, but in my understanding, I was just dealing with the general NGOs, specifically those that they were mentioned as problems relating to the system failure. So I may not be really accurate as to why the Obuhle Nkosi was not mentioned in particular. I apologize for that.
Now, if we can turn, the next aspect I wish to canvass with you begins on page 52350. 52350. It's in respect of annexes D1 to D9, being the stats in relation to the deaths at Life Esidimeni. If you don't recall, do you want me to take you to your statement where you make reference to these annexures?
Yes, Councillor, that should be appreciated.
Okay. If we can then turn to page 52346. Paragraph 60. If I may just be given a moment for the load shedding to kick in and the generator to start running. While we wait, I might appreciate if you read 60, and I think it's 61 and 62 till the end of the page. Okay,
Which paragraphs?
Page 60 and 61.
Page or the paragraphs?
Paragraph 60, 61.
Thank you.
I have gone through them, Councillor.
Now, can you explain the relevance of this report as compared to the number of deaths which occurred during the transfer process?
When, through you, my lady, the answer may be slightly longer, and I beg your indulgence. When I answered the questions in the legislature and the subsequent meetings I had thereafter, the death stats in particular, the information, I stumbled on it when we had a meeting with the Premier to brief the Premier. And in that meeting in particular, there was an indication given, an explanation given to the Premier when he asked what the explanation of this death. And the answer was during the period of May, or April to June, or May to June, there's generally a trend that the mental health care users will die because of their vulnerability. Therefore, when we were out of that meeting, one of the things we agreed to was that when the Ombudsman is investigating this, the deaths of the 36, that information on the previous death stats, that information must be added to that. This is the context to which how this information arose and got involved into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I just seek your comment. The comments in the legislature that you have been taken through your cross-examination, I don't want to repeat any of that evidence, but I merely just want to, if I understand it correctly, and seek your comment in respect of dispelling any belief that the users were living in harmony at Life Esidimeni and then suddenly died in numbers only at NGOs. That belief is incorrect.
My lady, may I at this stage intervene? Your ladyship will recall that I indicated to you prior to my cross-examination that this was an aspect that I was not going to address because it calls for opinion evidence, and more specifically, expert opinion evidence. Ms. Mhlanga is not an expert on statistics, more particularly death statistics. And whatever evidence she gives here will comprise opinion evidence on the one hand and hearsay evidence on the other hand. Now, Mr. Profi is welcome to adduce hearsay evidence against his own client, that he may do, and it is admissible. He cannot adduce hearsay evidence against any other party. And on that basis, I submit that this line of questioning is inadmissible and should not be allowed.
Mr. Profi?
But
perhaps the witness, when there is an objection, she should step aside. I mean, we can't always be saying, please step aside. Ms. Mahlangu? Okay, continue.
Mary, if Mr. van Bergen is making reference to the stats in respect of D1 to D9, the witness has already answered, and I've moved on from that point. In respect of her expertise, when Mr. van Bergen asked her qualification, she said it expands to economics and finance. I submit that her honors in economics makes her eligible to give opinion in respect of stats, but I've elicited the answer which I needed, which was when I presented this evidence to Life Esidimeni, the CEO couldn't answer the aspect relating to how stats and winter relate to one another, and the witness has confirmed it. So if it's the stats issue he has a problem with, I submit it's already been answered and I've moved on from that aspect.
Yes, but please refrain from asking those questions, because I don't want our record to be filled with things that are not going to be taken into account. Let the witness come return. I hope you are not taking that line of of questioning.
I just need clarification from Mr. It's the second problem with.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Just to respond to what my learned friend has submitted. A qualification in economics does not make one a statistician, nor does it qualify one to give an opinion on statistics relating to the deaths of patients at various institutions. That would be required, or a qualification in medicine and epidemiology, in addition to being a statistician, will be required. And Ms. Mahlangu is none of these. She is not competent to express any views or opinion on the death statistics or on what caused the deaths. My lady, I have already submitted, when I initially addressed your ladyship on this issue, and if I recall correctly, Mr. Late, on the previous occasion when Mr. Profi sought to elicit evidence of this nature, also agreed that this is not evidence that will assist your ladyship in making findings on those issues which the court is enjoined to do. As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Profi?
Well, where I part ways with Mr. van Bergen is that we stood the matter down for the CEO to get his numbers in order. He did that, and I continued my cross-examination. It would then be unfair to allow Life Esidimeni to give its version of events before this court, which it did substantially, and there was no objection in respect of relevance then. Now, when I do the same thing with the department,
but what if I understand his objection? You should not ask for an opinion from her. That is the crux of his objection. Am I correct, Mr. van Bergen?
Yes, my lady, it goes further than that, because it's whatever she says is also hearsay evidence.
Yes, that I captured also.
And that, as I indicated, Mr. Profi can adduce hearsay evidence against his own client to his heart's content, and that would be admissible against that client. It would not be admissible against any other party in these proceedings. And just to correct what Mr. Profi said, at his endeavor to cross-examine Dr. Mkachwa on this issue, I did object thereto. The figures that were requested were provided, but no opinion was expressed on it, my lady. As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. There you are, Mr. Profi.
With the court's indulgence, my lady, I wanted the context of how these fitted into her story and why she needed them, and the witnesses provided an answer. And I have already asked this question.
Can we therefore move on? I'm not going to allow you to revisit that or continue with that line of questioning. Thank you. The witness can come back.
That's why I've asked if this objection relates to the second question I'd asked, or only to the first one.
Yes, continue.
Ms. Mashlango, in respect of, I'm just going to rephrase the second. Just to make it clear, I'm moving on from the D1 to D9 because you've given me the context that I required. The question thereafter in respect of life Esidimeni is when you'd given evidence in respect of the speeches as well as your cross-examination, and these being public proceedings, would you comment in respect of dispelling the myth that everything was fine at life Esidimeni and following, due to the transfer, there was an increase in deaths only at the NGOs?
My lady, with respect, asking for comment is asking for an opinion. Your ladyship has already ruled that Mr. Profi should not elicit any opinion on this issue from this particular witness. It takes the court no further.
Yes, Mr. Profi, I've already made my ruling.
That's the court, please.
The witness is gone. I don't know. You can come back. There was no need for you to go. Yes, proceed.
If we can then move to page 52399. I just want to make sure that page is correct. Yes. It's the questions and answers from the legislator dated Tuesday, 13 September 2016. You let me know when you're there.
Yes, I am there, Council.
My emphasis is the very last paragraph beginning MEC Mshlango. Thank you very much. Now, that portion was canvassed with you, with Advocate Hassim, in respect of everything was hunky-dory. My emphasis is then when the patients, all of them were discharged from life Esidimeni facilities, all of them walked out with one set of clothes, all of them when they were given to the NGOs. Now, I just want to make sure that I'm reading the correct statement to you. Do you still stand by this statement?
Yes,
my apologies to interrupt, my lady. I'm going to continue objecting to Mr. Profi's questions where he relies on or seeks to elicit hearsay evidence. Ms. Mshlangu has already indicated that she has no first-hand evidence or experience or observations in this regard, and that she relied on what she was told by other persons. That constitutes hearsay evidence. And whether she said it in the legislature at this stage is irrelevant. It does not make it admissible in questioning, as my learned friend is endeavoring to put to her now. Yes, it remains hearsay.
But honestly, I'm at a loss because Advocate Hassim dealt with these portions and these aspects. And now when I just take it a step further in respect of the NGOs, there is an objection on the basis that it's hearsay. If the MEC in her position is of the view that everything was not hunky-dory at life Esidimeni, I think the court and the public should know that. And that's why I'm asking these questions. But if the court deems it not relevant...
Mr. Berkhan?
My lady, if one reads the extracts of what this witness said in the legislature, it is clear that there is no love lost from her side about life Esidimeni. But the source of that feeling on her part appears to be, and she admitted as much when I cross-examined her, it is not born from anything that she observed herself during the transfer of the mental health care users. It is based on what she was told. So if it was based on what she was told, it is
yes, I think
evidence.
that point you have made, perhaps I should just rule on this matter.
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Profi, the evidence on record is that the witness was not the implementer of whatever was happening, right, of the decision. So she was not involved. In any event, what you are referring the witness is what she heard from the others, right? Therefore, that I don't see where you're going with this. Yes, please refrain from this. Mr. Sibara, I've already given a ruling with regard to this. Let me hear you.
I apologize, my lady. I withdraw my hand because the court had made a ruling. I wanted to comment on that one as well.
You should have done that before I closed the matter.
I was sorry, my lady. I was struggling with my mechanism to raise hand.
All right, we can proceed then.
I'm just waiting for the witness to return, my lady.
Okay. Miss Matlangu, are you there? Yes, continue.
Ms. Mung, would you agree with me that the NGOs suffered system failures within the department?
Yes, Council, that is accurate.
And then received users from the Ms. Mbasha had testified. I would assume that you had listened to her testimony that she had received users from the Ali facility in unfavorable conditions. Now, my question to you is, these factors combined would have hampered the NGO's ability to properly care for the users. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Now, I want to focus on the aspect of medical records. Mr. van Bergen had touched on this aspect, and I'm only bringing it up again because our stances differ. But I'm going to confine my questioning to the medical records of the 3 NGOs. So if we can go to page, merely for context and for your benefit, page 1683, paragraph 9.15 and 16.
Paragraph 9.15.
Correct, my lady. And 16. I'm just giving Ms. Msanga the time to read it.
I'm right, Council.
Ms. Msanga, it's merely just a point of clarity to ensure that I understand your evidence correctly, is that you had requested the medical records prior to the deaths occurring, but Life Esidimeni only provided the full medical records once the users started dying. Is my understanding correct?
My lady, with respect, and my apologies to intervene again, that was
still
not
back to the same thing.
We are, my lady, and this issue, sorry, maybe the witness should excuse herself. The witness clarified this under cross-examination by me. It emanated after, the request by her emanated after the deaths became known to her on the 13th of November 2016, not prior thereto. And her request for records was born from Professor Magoba's request that he be provided with the records of the 36 deceased. It went no further than that. And for Mr. Profi to now put the question that it emanated from a period prior to deaths becoming known is incorrect. This is not what this witness testified.
Mr. Profi?
But that's why I started with, that's where I disagree with Mr. van Bergen, because he had curtailed her answering, and that's why I want to take that line of questioning further. But also, my lady, that he said it would be his argument that she only found out about those medical records or requested those medical records at the time of death, and would be his argument. It wasn't
but then, okay, all right, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Your ladyship will recall with respect that when I put to Ms. Mslangu that that was what I was going to argue, she elected not to comment.
If he wants to deal with this, please just put the correct facts to the witness and the witness will answer so that we can lay to rest, please. The witness can come back, please.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Where is the witness? Yes.
I had said to you that it's a point of clarity, but I don't want to put something incorrect to you. I'm trying to recall the phrasing you had used when you were asked the question during Mr. van Bergen's cross-examination. You had said that it's twofold. You must look at the medical records aspects in two, in respect of one, when Professor Makwachwa?
Professor Makgoba.
Got involved, and those 36 deaths within those files were asked, and Life Esidimeni gave the full medical records. That mustn't be confused with the second leg being that when you requested the medical records prior to the deaths, that they gave the full records. You made the distinction of the two. Do I understand that distinction correctly?
Counsel, can you please repeat? Just ask one question at a time. So
yes.
No problem.
My problem is that when the question is too long, it becomes difficult for the witness to answer, please.
I'll break it up, my lady. Apologies, ma'am. The clarity I seek is the twofold approach you had adopted in your cross-examination. Was full medical records were provided by Life Esidimeni in respect of the 36 users that had died. Is that correct?
Yes, after we met, I met the CEO at the time.
So those full medical records that were provided was only in respect of the 36 that had died and not all the users that were transferred to NGOs?
No, Counsel. No, that's not how I understood it.
So is my understanding correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you. Now, the question I then have is the full records for the users were only provided by Life Esidimeni after users had died.
But those are the 36, Counsel.
Correct. So what I'm asking you is then full medical records were not provided by Life Esidimeni during the time of transfer when you had asked for them.
Did you ask prior to the involvement of Professor Makgoba? Did you ever ask for the full records?
No, I didn't. The officials were interfacing with the Life officials at the time.
Okay.
I only got involved later.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the clarity I needed. Thank you very much. Now, I just want to canvass this while we're talking about it now. Is you said the officials had requested the medical records. I'm not going to belabor the point, but for contents of my question, is Dr. Manamela testified of her attempts to obtain the medical records from Life Esidimeni. Were you aware of her attempts?
She did talk about it in the meeting that they were struggling to get the files.
Okay. Then Dr. Sikakuna, on behalf of Mosego and Takalani, also attempted to get the records from Life Esidimeni, but was equally met with resistance. Were you aware of her attempts?
No, I wasn't. Who's that, Counsel?
Dr. Sikakuna, on behalf of Takalani and Mosego.
No, I wouldn't be aware because she was running. Dr. Skukuni was not an employee of the department, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
But you would agree with me that you did do checks at Mosego and unannounced checks at Takalani and Mosego, so you know her.
Yes, I think I've had an interaction with her when I was MEC for Social Development. That was 2009-10. In the period we're talking about, I'm not sure whether I went to Kartakalani, but I do remember the visit to Masiho with the officials in the National Department of Health. That was in September 2016.
So when Dr. Manamela raised her concerns about the crisis in the meetings, was anything done from your end?
About the files, she said she was doing, oh, sorry.
Just a second, thank you, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this again borders on eliciting hearsay evidence.
Can you, just a second, can the witness step aside? Yes.
Because what is asked is based on what Dr. Manamela did or did not convey. And one should bear in mind, my lady, that this whole issue of entire files not having been given is not in dispute. Your ladyship will recall that the evidence was that Life Esidimeni did not initially provide the entire files because of the volume involved, and also because it is not required by the relevant legislation. And secondly, that an agreement was reached between Dr. Manamela and Dr. Mkachwa that the Department of Health could come and copy all the files that they wanted to copy, which did not occur. Dr. Manamela had evidence in that regard. That evidence is on record. To rehash this now with somebody who has no first-hand knowledge does not take the court any closer to making a decision on the issues it must decide on.
Mr. Prof.
I submitted it down.
Just before you make your submissions, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. If my memory serves me well, it is the evidence of this MEC Masangu that she intervened on the issues of files. And again, my lady, with regard to the issue of hearsay, if one looks at the broader scheme of things, the evidence of this witness is littered with hearsay from day one. And counsels before this inquest were allowed to traverse that evidence. Just for example, the cost containment saving measures. She was not part of that document. She never produced that document. It was given to her. It became hearsay document. But other counsels were allowed to deal with that evidence, though it is hearsay. However, the question which Mr. Prof is asking, I don't know. Even this witness before you, my lady, she raised the issues of files in her own evidence, my lady. Now, what my learned colleague, Advocate Prof, seeks to achieve is to achieve corroboration vis-a-vis the evidence of Dr. Manamela. Thank you, my lady.
Yeah, Mr. Prof.
My lady, where I disagree with Mr. van Bergen is that the reason why I took her to 9.15 is because she says that she intervened by writing a letter to the new CEO in respect of this patient clinical files matter. So she does know and has been giving evidence from the very beginning in respect of these medical issues. I submit that just because Mr. van Bergen disagrees with what she might say doesn't make it irrelevant.
Okay, perhaps it's the way you ask the question. Yeah, you can deal with that rephrase because I see paragraph 9.15. It says she intervened by writing a letter to the new CEO of Life Esidimeni Life Care Group requesting the release of these patient files.
My lady, if I may put that in perspective with respect.
Yes, you may.
This witness did raise the issue of the entire files in that particular document, I think LL1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And I cross-examined her only on that issue. And what that cross-examination determined, my lady, is that her request for the files was only made after Professor Makgoba had requested her to obtain the files. That evidence stands uncontested. There's no uncertainty about it. No clarity is required. My learned friend is trying to introduce a version that does not exist. This witness has already said that she only wrote to the CEO after Professor Makgoba had requested her to obtain the files. There was no
This relates to 9.15.
Let me just get to the page, my lady.
1683.
Yes, my lady. And that is why I put to her my last two questions, which was that I was going to submit to your ladyship at the closing of this matter.
Yes.
That she had only requested those files in respect of the patients at the behest of Professor
And
Makhomba.
that is what she even confirmed now to say.
Yes.
She has never requested anything in relation to the files prior to the deaths.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes.
And to now try and get her to say that she had on a previous occasion, she'll have to contradict her own evidence thus far.
Okay, thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Profi?
My lady, my objection with the purpose of this line of questioning is that Mr. van Bergen had put a timeline to her, and he spent quite a lot of time in getting that timeline to her. Where she agreed with him was in respect of the August, that it could not be any later than August of 2016 that she could have done this. But to my recollection, she had disagreed with his timeline when he put it to her that he's going to argue that she only got involved when the 36 had died. And she didn't comment there too. Now I want
yes, but we need to be very careful when we ask questions to the witness, more especially because we know for a fact that her evidence is that she was not involved. She doesn't have first-hand information with regard to what happened during the transfers and whatever, right? So what I know for a fact is that when the evidence was about the release of the medical records from Life Esidimeni, as far as I can recall, this related to when the ombuds requested those records. But insofar as prior to that, she said she had never asked. Perhaps it's something that you can deal with and then the witness can just respond, but don't put words into the witness' mouth so that I don't want to confuse the witness as evidence that is already on record. And I hope I'm not trying to say to you that you should revisit things that the witness didn't say. Where is the witness? Yes, proceed.
Ma'am, can we just refer back to paragraph 9.15? My emphasis is I intervened by writing a letter to the new CEO of the Life Health Care Group requesting the release of these patient clinical files. Now, these patient clinical files, do they relate, your intervention, does it relate to the 36 or does it relate to when the NGOs were being, when the users were being transferred to NGOs?
My lady, I think I've answered the question, and my answer was this related to the files that were requested by the ombudsperson.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you. The last question in respect of this is then you then sat idle from the time Dr. Manamela spoke about it in the meeting until the ombudsman report. You didn't do anything about the medical report crisis.
No, I don't remember doing anything about it, Council.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me? I'm moving on to a new point. Is this was traversed with Ms. Foster before the lunch break, but there were a lot of interruptions between you and her, so I couldn't get it succinctly. Is the general consensus is that the idea of deinstitutionalization was great, but implementation was the problem. We're together there.
Yes, we are together, Council.
Okay. Now, that poor implementation resulted in users dying, but you've testified that operations is not your responsibility. We're still together.
Yes, Council.
So the conclusion of Ms. Foster's evidence is then that in respect of responsibility of operations rests with the HOD and the rest of the project team.
Well, rest with if I may take you back to the structure, my lady. The structure is very detailed. The operation, the implementation will be far below, way below at the bottom level from where I am, the HOD and the rest of the senior managers. Operations for this project in particular would have related to people, and that's why some of the people who came here, I did not recognize them, know them, because I never interacted with them. It will be people either in the districts or people in the working with the NGOs and all of that. So some of them I would not have met or known for that fact.
So just clarity, when you say that the operation failures, it's then bottom level people dealing with the NGOs?
The operational level where the patients are physically taken from life into their respective new homes, all of that process from that end to the other.
Now, here's my difficulty, ma'am, is that during my, do you prefer them calling them, I was going to use the term foot soldiers, but would you prefer bottom level? I'm talking about the employees that were on the ground doing the work.
No, you can just call them civil servants, Council.
No, but I want you to understand who I'm referring to.
Okay.
So, like you said, the people you didn't recognize when they were giving their...
You can just, we have been using the term officials of the department or employees of the department.
I was going to use the term already, but my difficulty is now she's differentiated from the top and the bottom. So if I use officials, it's not Dr. Manamela, and because she had just separated them now and said it's not them, it's not the project management team, it's the ones that deal with operations.
My lady, if I may.
I don't understand. Is it what you are saying, Ms. Matlangu?
No, so what I'm saying, there's a project team, there's MEC, there's HOD. HOD leads the project team, the HOD delegated to other people. So the actual execution of the task, I wouldn't be closer to that. I wouldn't know who is involved in the nitty-gritties of moving patient A to Y. What I was told in meeting is that medical MHCU were grouped according to their mental health
disabilities.
All of that. So that's what I knew. As to the actual
what?
I wouldn't be, I have no authority to comment on that, my lady, because I wouldn't know exactly who did what which day.
Okay, let me take it a step back. Perhaps I'm not being clear enough. My question before that was Ms. Foster's evidence concluded on, and you agreed with me now that operations was the problem, and you had said that those responsible for implementation is the HOD and the project team.
The HOD, as the head of administration, from him, he then decides how the implementation goes. But people that I interacted with is the HOD and the project team. As to the actual implementation execution, I would not be in a position to give an authoritative answer on that.
That's fine. It's not where I want us to be stuck at. What I want to put to you is that during my cross-examination, many of the officials you saw would blame senior management. So the common thread in respect of accountability in the department seems to be to blame the level above you. Do you agree with me?
Well, I don't know, Council, but I'm not sure what I'm following the question.
I don't think you understand. Perhaps you can rephrase it.
Sure. When I had cross-examined as we say, to the foot soldiers who are on the ground doing everything, when I asked who would be held accountable, it would always be the person above them. So those who were reporting to Dr. Manamela would have said it was Dr. Manamela's fault. So the common thread was your leader should be held accountable. Now, the question I have is, from the provided organogram that you just showed us, you would be the most senior person on that on the organogram.
Yes, Council, that's correct.
Now, if I understand your evidence correctly, Dr. Manamela and Dr. Silabano, they cannot continue that thread by blaming you because your evidence is that they gave you false reassurance and misled you. So the two of them can't follow that trend and say it's the MEC. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to canvass this issue of being misled in respect of Ubuslebi Inkosi. So if we can go to page 52345.
May you please repeat, Councillor?
52345. Paragraph 54.
Yes, I'm there, Councillor. 54 or 50?
54. I proceeded to convene the departmental team for planning and visitation to various NGOs. We spread ourselves into different teams and we were joined by the ministerial team. My emphasis, we then undertook visits to various NGOs to inspect the infrastructure. And you've read the rest, correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Just for clarity, you never visited Ubuslebi Inkosi?
I don't remember. The NGOs I remember visited was Sirman, Bupilong Sirman, and Precious Angels, the two premises they occupied, as well as Masiho, and the one that was operating at Kalinen, where I went, I think it was the beginning of July or something like that. I can't remember. I think it was Yabadinga, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's fine. Subhash's version is that she only met you once at the NGO meeting, but I'll get to that. We are at idiom that you never came to the NGO. The aspect I wish to canvass with you is in respect of the department staff who did visit Ubuslebi Inkosi, and she expressed her many problems to them. I'm not going to go through those many problems with you because my question relates to more having the understanding of whether they told you. So she told Dr. Manamela, Ms. Jacobus, Ms. Sanelo, Ms. Godan, Mr. Lahau, and Mr. Tabane of the problems the NGO was facing. Now, I understand your evidence that there are thousands of employees. Some of them you didn't even know when they testified. So I just need a yes or no in respect of Ms. Jacobus. Do you know her?
Yes, I've seen Hannah in, I think, at Kalinen or in other platform. Pardon?
Ms. Sanelo?
I don't remember her.
Ms. Godan?
No, I don't know her. I saw her on these meetings for the first time. Maybe if I see her physically, I may remember her, but I don't remember her singing any of my meetings.
Mr. Lahau?
No, I don't know him.
Mr. Tabane?
Franz, yes, I remember Franz.
Now I'm going to include Dr. Manamela in my question. Is that did any of them, the ones you do know and who are aware of the problems, did any of them tell you of the issues the NGO was facing?
No.
So none of them communicated these Bushless problems to you?
No.
Now I'm on the you testified in reference to the meeting you had at Pretoria West Hospital around August 2023. We'd already canvassed that it was a meeting with the NGOs. For context, I'd told you that this is the only time Ms. Mbasha said she was ever in the same room as you. And in this meeting, she had expressed the concerns, same concerns she expressed to those five, she had expressed in this meeting. Now, again, that's the only time she was in close proximity with you. She spoke about the issues the NGO was facing. So my question to you then is, from that meeting, you were aware of the problems Ubuslebi Inkosi was facing?
Council, my lady, through you, after the meeting, or at the meeting with the NGOs, the issues they listed, amongst them were payment issues, because I had gone to Precious Angel, visited the two facilities. After that meeting, then I asked that I meet with the Tshwane NGOs, because the problem seemed to have been with the Tshwane NGOs, and I think that's where Ubuslebi Inkosi was. And the issues that they raised with me was issues of that they were not registered with the Treasury. I can't remember, it's called purchase order numbers, if I'm not mistaken. And that's why they're not being paid. They were struggling with staffing issues, and the issues of food were raised there. And I think it is in my testimony that at any given point in time when I was made aware about issues of food, of clothing and all of that, and I think that's a weekend I asked the CFO and Mr. Piti in particular and the HOD who worked tirelessly over that weekend after meeting with the NGO to make sure that they had adequate supply on the things that they had raised with me. Those were tangible, like food and all of that.
I just want to add on to those problems. You'd also addressed the not being linked to a pharmacy, but at least we agree that she raised all those concerns. What did you do once you were aware of those problems?
I've already said, Council, through my lady, that I asked the team, Mr. Pitiwad would have been involved in resolving those issues to make sure that the NGO's paperwork is submitted to Treasury. They've got the right numbers. I think the right word is called purchase order numbers. I don't know, but I think that's what it's called. They have the purchase order numbers. They are on the database of Treasury, so that when payment is due, they are able to be paid. That's why in our 7 o'clock meeting, if you look at the email thread between Babita and the rest of the officials, to me being copied or so forth, talks about some of those issues. And on the pharmacy specifically, I think Mr. Piti would have, because as I said earlier on, that I think in one of the days that the province had MSD, which is a medical supplies depot, and it had 5 regional pharmacies, and Tshwane was one of them. That's why Mr. Piti would, I asked him to make sure that the pharmacy at the regional level is supporting the NGOs as it was supporting all other NGOs and clinics in the region.
So you delegated her problems to this Mr. Piti?
Yes, Mr. Piti was the chief director in the Tshwane region.
Thank you. Can we then turn to page 5? Sorry, my case is just not moving. I just want to get to the right page. 52400. The very end of the page, the last sentence. Just for your convenience, I'm referring to, we are working with all NGOs and I will continue to meet with them frequently to understand the challenges and also to further give them empowerment on those. So this is your answer in the legislature. My question to you will begin with, do you still stand by that statement?
Yes, to the extent possible, I gave support whenever I could or asked the official to provide support whenever we were asked. And through the monitoring of, through the different meetings, like the finances and all of that, I would have asked the team to give me an update. Yes.
The we are working, is we the HOD and the project management team?
No, we, the department as a whole. Yeah, like whoever was relevant in coming on board, whether it's HR, whether is it the finance or the pharmacy and all of that. I mean, we as the collective in the Department of Health, whoever was appropriate for the needs specifically needed would have been mobilized for that fact.
So when you told the legislature that you will continue to meet with them frequently, you'd agree with me, you didn't meet with the Bushla at all?
No, I didn't meet with them. I met with them, I met with her in that meeting.
And majority of her, when you say you would further give them empowerment, that's also incorrect because majority of her challenges were addressed too late and the elder users started to die.
My lady, I disagree with Council because the empowerment means where they needed training. Some of them would have said they needed training. And when you asked the officials to provide that training as they were doing with all other NGOs, that is part of the empowerment. So I disagree with the statement, Council.
Just on this aspect of training, do you say that the NGOs were trained?
The officials said they did provide the training to the NGOs. And the NGO, they'll say the training is not a once-off. There'll be training at every step of the way, and I don't know how often they were trained and at what intervals, but the indication given to me that NGOs were given training and on a continuous basis.
I just want to conclude this training aspect quick. The evidence before the inquest is that the NGOs were not trained. So which official told you that they were trained?
It was part of the project report in the meeting. I don't know exactly, but it came part of the reports, I think that before this inquest.
You can't recall who specifically told you that they were trained?
No.
Okay. In respect of Ubushle specifically, in your capacity as then MEC, you were aware of the problems from that NGO meeting. Dr. Manamela knew, and so did 5 other department official members know of the problem. Ma'am, what was the difficulty in timeously addressing Bushle's concerns?
My lady, I will answer in general terms. I did not deal with individuals NGOs. When I met the officials, we agreed to do certain things. The operational issues are at the district level, or the people on the ground are implementing. So I would not be in a position to have eyes and ears on the ground unless someone comes to visit. But MEC, after your meeting with us, there has not been any progress in regards to the things that were undertaken to us. What I can confirm based on the reports and the email reports given to me via Ms. Decoren is the payment of the NGOs. Those were sorted out. And the rest of the other things, I would not be in a position to comment on those now. But there were officials at the district level that were delegated, or as part of their duties on a daily basis, we were supposed to have attended to these issues.
But you would agree with me that 7 government officials aware of a problem, and the problem does not get solved by 7 people's intervention is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable, but if somebody does not escalate those problems back to me to say you were here a month ago, there's no change, how do I know, Council?
I'm prepared to move on. But my conclusion on this aspect is then it's difficult in respect of Ubushle being Kosi for you to then say you were misled by Dr. Manamela and Mr. Silabana when it's clear that you were aware of the issues at Ubushle and you even delegated those issues to Mr. Pitsi. So for Ubushle, you were not misled by the 2 of them. Is that correct?
You are incorrect, Council, because the implementation of all of these, yes, Mr. Pitts is at the district level, but the Mental Health Directorate on a daily basis, they work with the districts and all of that. The reports that come to the central office, which then to the Bank of Lisbon, it comes through them via the respective structures to the HOD. So when information is not given to me, and I'm given contrary information, how do I know that the problem has been resolved? And I maintain my stance on that. Thank you.
Do you recall what incorrect information was given to you by the 2 of them in respect of Ubushle?
I cannot speak specifically on Ubushle Benkosi because I was not dealing with the specific NGOs. We're talking about issues in general covering all the NGOs.
Now, if we can turn to page 1689. Paragraph 12. It's a very narrow aspect. I accepted political responsibility for the deaths that occurred during my watch at the Department of Health. I merely just want to know, what does that mean, to accept political responsibility?
It's to say that I'm remorseful enough of what has happened, and I'm sorry. On the basis of that, I'm willing to step out of the responsibility I had, so that government can find a way of resolving the issue without me being in the scene.
Now, to understand your evidence correctly, that political responsibility for the deaths should not translate to individual responsibility to you because you relied on the officials' expertise.
That is correct.
Now, the last aspect is in relation to the Q&A, the aspects which weren't canvassed with you by my colleagues. I just want to get to the right page because I don't want to traverse what has already been traversed. If we can go to 52410. My focus was going to be bottom of the very last bit of the page. The Honourable MEC claims that there are sufficient spaces for the patients. However, that has already been canvassed, so I'm not going to do, my questions has already been settled there too.
Council?
Please repeat that.
What line is that, my lady?
No, I'm saying that Advocate Hassim already canvassed these aspects with you, page 52410. My emphasis is at 52412. To pick up where Advocate Hassim ended with you in this aspect, my emphasis is, I am saying this honestly because this is going to happen at the end of March. Do you really want hundreds of people on the street with family who cannot look after them? So from your Q&A in the legislature, Mr. Bloom's predictions was even worse, that they didn't end up on the street, but they had died instead. So the writing was on the wall. Would you agree with me with that?
No, I don't agree with you, Council. Had I known that the things were going to go this way, I would have, if I had better information, then I would have done things differently.
Now, how did Mr. Bloom have better information to make this prediction than the MEC?
I would not be in a position to answer that, my Council, my lady.
Now, we can see that there are capacity issues in terms of just the numbers that he gives you, that it's clear from reading those numbers that the capacity is not there. You were personally warned, but persisted, despite these capacity concerns. You agree or disagree?
I disagree with you.
Now, I just seek your comment in respect to, had you heeded the warnings and predictions made in the legislature, some of the users' lives could have been saved.
I cannot answer that question, Council. I am not an expertise on the cause of death, and Advocate Verbruggen has spoken at length about this matter. At least when I was, he was taking me through the evidence, cross-examination.
My lady, may I just ask for, just to refer to my notes, as well as if there's anything else I need to canvass, if I may just have 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Unless it's only on my end, but I'm waiting for the court to reflect. I'm indebted to the court for the indulgence. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pitlela?
So please, my lady. Hey. My lady, I'm going to be dealing with, I think a lot of things have been covered. The colleagues that have gone before me. There's just a few things that I would like clarity upon, and they relate to part of the role of the MEC in the decision. I think it's one aspect that was not covered in respect of her exact role in that decision to terminate, as well as some of the problems that were experienced by the NGOs that I represent in this hearing. There are issues of contingency plans and her oversight, the oversight functions, and that should basically cover it. Maybe one or two aspects from Dr. Mkhatshwa's statement, as well as Dr. Talatala and the legislature speeches. So I'm going to be very brief.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. As God pleases.
I hope we're not going to encounter problems with the devices, because I can hear that there are some echoes in your background. I don't know. But we can hear you. Proceed.
It's less than ideal conditions, my lady, with the 4-hour load shedding. Ms. Matlango, my name is Joe Chela. I represent Karina Morale of Tsepol, Ethel Ngube of Precious Angels, Diane Noile of Siabadinga, Dorothy Franks of Anchor, as well as Mavis Mukhosinyana of Matsoho. My lady, just a moment so I can close the windows. It seems
please do.
There's a lot of background noise. As God pleases. I'm indebted to your ladyship.
You may proceed.
Yes, God please. Ms. Matlango, just for my benefit, are you still employed in government at the moment?
No, Councillor, I am not. I'm unemployed.
Yes, thank you. Now, as a starting point, from what I could understand from your evidence, you were part of the decision to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract, but you were not part of, you are not responsible for the implementation thereof. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And during this time when this decision was taken, I would assume that there must have been information that was presented to you as a collective that persuaded you that we are taking a right decision by terminating the Life Esidimeni contract, correct?
Yes, Council, if you go back to my original points I've been making, that PBC meeting, which not only did take a decision that the department should terminate this contract, it took a decision that the CELB contract must not be reviewed after the department make a presentation, that the Alex Community Health Clinic must also be run by government, not by the private sector as it was run. So those were directly contracts that related to patient care. And I was part of that decision and I supported that.
If I wanted to know who are the people present during when that decision was taken, is there any document that I can refer to that you are aware of?
There's no document, but I already have alluded to that in the previous days, that the meeting is normally chaired by the Premier. In this term of office, which after 2014, MEC Christie, as the MEC for Finance, is a member of the Budget Committee. The MEC Vadi, who was the chair of the Governance Cluster, was a member. MEC Elebogang Maile was as a chair of the Economic Cluster, was a member, as well as myself as the chair of the Social Cluster, I was a member. And it also included officials from the Department of, from the Premier's office, as well as the officials from Treasury. And whenever each department is requested to come and make a presentation, the MEC concern brings officials that are relevant or appropriate to assist in the discussion for the purposes of the PBC to make the right decision.
So your presence in that meeting, was it in an advisory capacity or as an equal participant? In other words, did your vote count? Or were you merely there to advise on the decision that is to be taken?
I'm a full member of the Budget Committee, as I've outlined, that it's 4 MECs plus the Premier, and I'm a member of that. When the Department of Health comes to present, I remove from the chair of being a member of the committee. I come and join the Department of Health. My vote, there was no voting, but when there was never a situation where we needed to vote about other things because we had mutual discussions, and after discussions, the decision is made and the department is informed that they can proceed and implement.
And who was tasked with informing the department of that decision?
Come again, Councillor?
Who was tasked with informing the department?
At the meeting took the decision, Council, and the department went out to go and implement the decision of that meeting.
But the question is, who was tasked to communicate the decision to the department?
I'm not sure if I follow, Council, but the MEC is President of Health, together with the HOD and many other officials. When they go back to the department, they know what the decision of the meeting is. Then they go ahead and implement the decision.
So it's implemented by implication. You had the meeting, so a decision has been taken, a decision has been arrived at, and then somehow each of you take away that and communicates it. Or somebody was appointed to say, for example, Ms. Matlango, you will now go to your Department of Health and inform your people that this is what was decided. Because then it's a bit haphazard.
I don't remember decisions of the PBC implemented in that way. I've served in that committee during Premier Mbazima Shilowa's time from 2006. If a department makes a presentation, the PBC discusses, asks questions and discusses and say, fine, we can go ahead. If we're not happy, we call you back. After that, they call back. If they're satisfied, they said you can go ahead and implement. So it doesn't happen the way you are describing it. I've served in that executive. lost, but they yeah.
So if I understand, they compiled it, maybe you had a discussion with them if you had questions, and then you went and you presented it.
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. Now, my lady is frozen. I don't know if...
I'm not frozen. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. It just looks frozen.
Do I look frozen, or is it because I'm quiet now?
No. It was a bit blurry, my lady. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. Well, just pardon me. I'm a bit under the weather. You made the presentation on behalf of the department, and who ultimately carries this decision itself? No?
Who ultimately?
No, my lady. I was rephrasing it in my head.
Okay.
So, in simple terms, it was yourself, the Premier, and the other MECs who are responsible for the termination of life Esidimeni, correct?
Yes, we made that decision in that meeting after health made the presentation.
Collectively?
Yes, Councillor. I own up to that. I will own up to that being part of that.
And it is all of you who must then appear before this commission and tell us, this inquiry, and tell us what the decision was about and everything. Not just yourself, correct?
Yes, if that would be.
Okay. Now, I choose to believe, ma'am, that these officials who made the presentation to you for you to make the presentation to the PBC, you must have had questions with regard to implementation.
Council, I don't remember the exact details, but I would have had probably a few minutes before the presentation. We went to the meeting to have gone through that presentation briefly before we went there. So I remember we'd already made a substantial presentation, which was 140 slides. I think Councillor Kari was kind enough to take us through that. So these 20 slides were as a supplementary based on the questions that were raised. So I would have had a discussion with the HOD just briefly before the meeting, the HOD and the CFO. I cannot remember exactly.
So in other words, you did not get an opportunity to properly consider your presentation.
I don't think I understand the question. When you say properly consider, what do you mean, Councillor?
No, I take it since you are the one you are not the one who compiled this presentation, and you only received it a few minutes before the presentation itself. You did not have time to actually sit down and consider what the implications of that decision are going to be, whether there are any shortfalls in the presentation, and what the consequences of certain things might be, correct?
I wish to answer your question in the following manner. In all my years having been the MEC, one of the difficulties that as a politician I dealt with is that all the time you had to deal with things and have stickers that say agent. Because we're dealing with a number of issues on a daily basis. As I'm saying again, I do not remember exactly how much time I had with the HOD and probably the CFOs and other officials I had prior this meeting when we went to the PBC. So I wouldn't be able to answer you the question with absolute authority as to whether we had a discussion or what I asked questions. I wouldn't be able to do that, Council. I'm not going to lie to you. So.
Just before I move on from this, do you remember of any meeting that you had before the PBC meeting with any of the officials where you actually discussed this presentation before you presented it to the PBC?
Oh, I don't know, Council. I think the discussion we would have had would have been relating to the main presentation that is before the 13th of November, because there you are given adequate time, a notification as to the meeting, and then you must sit down, because that you must check whether the presentation is aligned to the government priorities as announced by the Premier when he was doing the State of the Province address. So the prior presentation, I think I would have had a back and forth engagement with the officials and with my officials who were also helping in improving the presentation. But with this one specifically, I really cannot remember much, because it was a supplementary presentation, and I think that is important to note.
So it was a bit rushed. Huh?
I can't say that, Council.
What can you say?
I say I do not remember the extent to which I interfaced with the officials prior the presentation to the PBC, and I think that suffices.
No, fair enough. Let's move on. From the bundle of documents that were submitted by your councils, I want to take you to page 52388. Article.
It's 52.
52388, ma'am.
Yes, my lady, I am there.
These are some of the documents that were submitted on your behalf. Do you agree?
Yes, Councillor.
What I want to understand, because this document, you haven't given us a context of why this document in particular is submitted as part of your document. Maybe you can take me there. What is the significance of this?
My lady, when my council was taking me through the my chief evidence in chief, I indicated that after I answered the questions in the legislature on the 13th and the 14th, I engaged the ombudsperson in the morning. In the afternoon, I met with the minister. And the Premier called me, I think, during the day of the 14th and asked me, MEC Masang, what is happening with the 36 deaths? And I said to him, Premier, I cannot answer you over the phone. Rather, let me request a meeting with your office. That indeed, we agreed on that. I requested the meeting to his office, and they granted us a meeting the following day. In that meeting, I went with the officials, and I did say this, it is on record, I think I said it on day one, that I went to the meeting with the HOD, I think with Prince Hamga. He was the chief director for communication. From my office was Teboko, and my chief of staff was present there. And there were other senior psychiatrists present there. Professor Musa was present, Dr. Marijo was present, Dr. Manamela was present, the HOD was present. And the presentation given there again was that to the Premier was that yes, there's deaths that have occurred. However, these deaths are not abnormal to what would normally be happening when these mental health care users would have been alive. So the context to this, then the Premier goes ahead the following day and he issues a statement based on the briefing given to him by myself and the officials. And in that meeting, I remember I even said in the first day that on the second, that the Premier asked me, why do you have so many officials? I said, I brought these officials because they are implementers and I think they can answer some of the technical questions, the difficult questions you have better because they are more knowledgeable on the subject than me. I did say that on record on Tuesday or Wednesday.
So what is the date on this article?
Pardon?
The date. I want to know the date because it doesn't reflect the date. It
does say the 16th. It was on the 16th. The date was It was on the 16th of February, of September 2016. There is where they talks about the 16 council.
Where does the date, what I see here on page 52391.
Yes,
I don't know
my lady.
whether this is the same one. I see there is a date of the 19th of September.
Yeah, because to me it doesn't appear like the same article.
Yes, it looks like there have been two articles here, because the other one starts on that page. I don't know. Where do you get that date, Ms. Mahlangu, if you can assist us? Because when I check here, I don't see any date.
My recollection of the events, my lady, that I answered the questions in the legislature on the 13th, was on a Tuesday. On the Wednesday, I then engaged with the ombudsperson, and on the Thursday, we met with the premier. On a Friday, then he issued the statement. It's on the basis on the sequence of those, and I think probably News 24 can give us that. But this
is it correct to say that here there are two articles? I think, I don't know, not two, three.
Yes, three.
Yes, it's three.
The articles said that are relevant to the fact that the premier said these are the ones.
Just a second. It looks like the first one that starts on 52388 and it ends on the next page is the same as the one that starts on the next page. It's the same thing as I look at it. And it's also, but it ends on 52391. Then now the third one starts is this one with a different topic, although they are related. That's the one that it says it has the date of the 19th of September, because it just said 1331 staff writer. Makura must fire MEC after deaths of psychiatric patients. This is an article by, I think it says, Jack Bloom says. That's what I see.
The article, Madam Lady, that I attached are the ones from News 24 talking about too many mentally ill patients dying Makura. And this again, this is relating to the briefing that would have given to the Premier and where I was accompanied by the official to this meeting.
Okay.
The date, I think it's Friday, it was on a Thursday afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, 2 days after I answered the questions.
Yes, but you're not answering me. It looks like the first two articles, they're identical. It's the same thing.
That is correct.
Okay. Continue, Mr.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please. Now, are you aware of this trend that is being referred to in this article, which says that between May and August, a large number of people die in government facilities?
My lady, I was not aware of that up until this day when we went to the meeting with the Premier to brief him on that Thursday.
Oh, okay. Another document that also been included with your documents, but no context has been presented about it. It's this Annexure D. I see that it was also spoken about during the arbitration, correct?
What page is that?
It starts on page 52350, my lady.
52350.
Oh, okay.
350 to 52336. And the proposition that I put to you is that I've seen that this document also, you mentioned it in the arbitration, correct?
52350.
Correct, my lady.
Up to?
It's 5 5336. It's titled Annexure D1 or something.
Yes, but it can't be 52336 because now
No,
the numbers will
5350. 52350.
2, 5, 5, 2.
I'm just gonna go there now, my lady. The last page. It's 52377.
Come again?
52377. It starts on 52350 to 52377. So it's 27 pages. Or 28.
Do you have it with you, Miss Manamela, if you can answer the question?
Miss Mashango.
Miss Mashango, I'm sorry, apologies for that.
It's okay, Emily, I understand.
It's part of the bundle of documents that were uploaded by Miss Mashango's team. So what I wanted to understand from this document, because we are now seeing it, what is the significance of it?
My lady, I thought.
My lady, if I may interrupt, and my apologies for doing so. My lady, I was kicked out with the rest of the people, but I only managed to log back in at 1534. So I don't know what evidence was presented in the meantime, but the issue that is now being raised is the one that your ladyship has already ruled on. That Ms. Mashlangu cannot give evidence about the relevance or otherwise of the contents of Annexure D. She's not an expert. She hasn't been qualified as an expert. It's opinion evidence, and it relates to an issue that is not going to assist your ladyship in determining the causes of deaths of the deceased in the present matter, or whether anyone is can causally be held liable for having caused those deaths. So if Mr. Pishlela wishes to elicit her opinion thereon, your ladyship has already ruled that it's not admissible, and I would suggest or submit that he should abide by your ladyship's ruling.
Yes, Mr. Pishlela, I think he just wanted to know why was the document uploaded. But Mr. Pishlela, there you are.
My lady, your ladyship is correct. I don't understand why Council is so touchy about this document, because already it's on record and it was referred to in the arbitration. And all I wanted to know is what is the reason for it being uploaded? What are they telling us? Because we've got a document in front of us. We don't know why it was uploaded to begin with. So I wanted the witness to just tell me that.
Even then, you have noted the concerns raised by Mr. van Bergen, isn't it?
Yes. It's a very narrow question, Malid. I'm not going to go into the document. I'm not asking the witness to give me an opinion. All I want to know is why are we looking at this document? And that she can answer. I mean, she can tell us what the document signifies, and then we can move on from it. But I can't just ignore it because Advocate van Bergen finds it objectionable to deal with the statistics. I'm not interested in the stats. I'm not a statistician.
My lady, if it's limited to merely what the intention is for having included these documents without any opinion being expressed, I don't have an objection. But to the extent that this matter was dealt with at the arbitration, my lady, the arbiter, Mr. Justice Moseneke, indicated at that stage that Ms. Maslanga could not comment on the contents.
All right,
because of the expert nature thereof. I see there's a hand, my lady.
Yes, okay, I've noted Mr. Hodes.
Thank you, my lady. The lady, it's a matter of record. This document was loaded to the documents at your ladyship's request because it's referred to in the letter in LL1, which was the statement of the witness at the arbitration. The ladyship, the LL1 wasn't there. This is the annexure that's referred to at the end of that statement, my lady, as D1
These are the annexures which were not included. Okay, that is the reason.
And your ladyship ordered that it had to be uploaded, and we had to trace it and upload it. That's why it's there, my lady.
Yes, the reason was people were asking. So I think one of your colleagues wanted to know what the annexures were because they were not included in the statement. Am I correct? And that was the reason why. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Pitlela. You should have been answered. Can we move on, please?
I would have preferred an answer from the witness, but I'm ready to move on.
Okay. No, I see there is another hand. Let me hear Ms. Hasim.
Thank you,
it's now to 4. I can remember certain things. Now I can hear that I feel very tired, but it's okay. Let's proceed.
It's been a very long inquest, my lady. I just want to understand, given that, my learned friend Mr. Hodis's response now that it was uploaded by request of the court, whether that means that Ms. Mahlangu does not intend to rely on those documents at all. Because I'm not sure what we are meant to make of those documents. In my cross-examination, I did not deal with it. And the reason I didn't was because Mr. van Bergen had raised an objection. And my understanding was there was a ruling from the court that it was essentially useless, inadmissible. I didn't want to take it further, but it is something that if it is going to be used in any way in this inquest, I will have questions on in that case.
Remember, if I can remember properly, these are the documents that were shown on case line as being they were indicated in a statement by the witness that they were attachments. So I think one of the colleagues your colleagues asked for them. Then I said those documents should be uploaded so that we should know what they contained. That was the only reason why the court had to say that. But then after, then there were developments under cross-examination by Mr. van Bergen. So that is it.
So, my lady, the only question is, what is the relevance of this to these proceedings, and whether there's any intention to rely on it? And if not, then we can move on. But if so, then we should be allowed to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pichel.
That's my question as well, my lady.
But isn't it now? They have already ruled on this, and I take it that we can move on. Mr. Hodes, are you coming back? Can I hear you now?
My lady, I wanted to clarify exactly what your ladyship said. I'm in absolute agreement with your ladyship. Your ladyship asked that they be uploaded so everybody knows what the annexures are. The witness never dealt with them herself, and she doesn't have personal knowledge. It's statistical information of deaths that occurred prior to this. It's referred to in paragraph 60 of Exhibit LL1, my lady. That's the only relevance.
Those were the deaths that happened at the life Esidimeni prior to the transfers. Is it correct?
Yes, my lady.
Oh, okay.
Yes, my lady. And they were presented at the arbitration before my and the rest of our current legal team's involvement. So we had no control of it. It was handed in then, and we didn't use it at all. We never referred to it in any detail either, my lady. It was just your ladyship had asked, as would be correct, my lady, with respect, that because they referred to in that statement, they should be included here, and that's why they were uploaded. I think that should deal with it. Thank you, my lady.
So can I just close this matter then? Mr. Pitlela, I'm going to close this matter. What do you want to say, Mr. Pitlela? I want to close this matter. Otherwise, we're going to sit here until 6 o'clock.
I agree, my lady.
Yes.
My lady,
I've already made a ruling to say that she would not give an opinion on those documents, on the deaths that occurred at the time, because as Mr. Van Bergen has indicated, so I've dealt with this at the time and we can't revisit that now again at this stage of the proceedings.
If I may, I'm not asking the court to...
No. I don't want to. I'm just closing this so that it shouldn't open any debate any further, because remember, when you started, I noted your question to the witness. You wanted to know specifically as why were the documents uploaded. Now you have been given the information. Can we move on? That is why I said, when you ask that question, you must also bear in mind the concern by Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, as an officer of the court, I'm also enjoined to point out that there is an affidavit of Leslie Robertson, which when I perused, there is significance, because some of the information that it refers to, it's information that also appears in this annexures in terms of compliance. So
all right.
That would be a request.
So those annexures do not only include the opinions regarding the statistics.
Yeah, Leslie Roberts, I think is an expert, my lady, according to his questions. Mr.
But
Martins.
I think what, if I understood, I've noted you, Ms. Hasim, and I see there is Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Hode's hand. Yes, what I understood from Mr. Van Bergen was that the witness cannot testify on those annexures on the basis that she is not an expert.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes. So perhaps, I don't know, can I hear Miss, before I go to, okay, Miss Asim and then Miss Odes, and then you will close Mr. Pitlela. And perhaps Mr. Van Bergen can come in. Where is Mr. Late?
My lady, mine was a mistake. I hadn't lowered my hand, so I have nothing further to say.
Okay, thank you. Miss Asim? All right, Mr. Late, can I hear Mr. Hasim and Miss Hasim first? You are now Mr. Hasim, Miss Hasim. All right.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to remind the court, it has been some time, but that affidavit of Professor Robertson was an affidavit that we introduced.
Correct, yes.
And we did so because...
Is it the same affidavit that is contained in one of the annexures? Because Mr. Pitlela wants to argue that those annexures, in those annexures, this affidavit is included. Just check if it is the same affidavit. I remember that there was evidence regarding the affidavit by Mr. Robertson, but just check if it is the same affidavit.
I'm not saying it.
I don't hear you because I think Ms. Hasim is still on the floor. Mr. Pitlela?
I apologize, my lady.
My lady, it is a separate affidavit. The only relevance of that affidavit to Annexure D is that Professor Robertson's affidavit expresses an opinion on the number of deaths at Life Esidimeni versus the deaths that occurred during the Life Esidimeni movement of users. And it's essentially meant to, well, I won't go into it, but we put it up because this had been raised earlier on by Mr. Hodis, much earlier on in the inquest, that people die, that mental health care users die at Life Esidimeni. And so this is part of the same trend, and that's what that affidavit speaks to, but it doesn't form an annexure to the D annexure of this witness, if that makes sense.
Yes, I hear you, but what Mr. Pitlela is presenting before court is that in those annexures, that affidavit is included. So my question to you is, please check whether that affidavit is the same affidavit that you have referred to previously in this D annexures, because it's D1 up to D4, I can't remember. Yes, Mr. Late?
the statement, Professor, is something I don't know it's done.
We can't hear you.
Discusses this.
Is it me alone who can hear Mr. Late?
No, the sound is garbled, my lady.
Yes, there's something wrong, Mr. Late, if you can.
I'm totally alone, and I can't see whether there's what can cause the problem, except for load shedding that will start.
I think you are better off now. You may proceed.
The statement by Leslie Robertson is totally something on its own. It's a statement that has been prepared for the purposes of this inquest, and it definitely does not form part of the statement or is any answer to any statement made by the current witness.
Okay, so you disagree because are you disagreeing that the statement is?
No, I don't think that's what Mr. Taylor says. He says that Leslie Robertson referred to similar statistics that is contained in Annex G to L1. I don't think he says.
Okay, he can clarify that, but that's how I understood him.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in any way, my lady, I don't think. I think we have spent a lot of time now on this, and I agree with Mr. van Bergen that this witness cannot comment on that, and I think it's anyway in the view of the statement that we have of Leslie Robertson and the alludings in the beginning of the inquiry regarding the statistics, it's in any way a matter of address at the end of argument at the end of the inquest.
Yes, I wanted to go there after his clarification to say whether that statement is included in the annexures or whether it forms part of the record. The fact of the matter is this witness is not an expert who can deal with, she's not a statistician, so she cannot therefore comment on the statistics that have been referred to in the statement of the professor. Mr. Pikela?
My lady, I agree with the court 100%. The proposition that I'm putting forward is not that this witness should answer questions with regard to statistics. I refer to the affidavit of Professor Leslie Robertson because in that affidavit, there is reliance upon statistics which are similar to the ones that are appearing in Annex D. Now, if Professor Robertson relied upon these documents in making his expert opinion or assessment, then these documents for that purpose, my lady, would then be relevant. Not to this witness, but at a later time, if we should decide to call Professor Robertson to come and clarify his documents.
Mr. Late, I think let me hear you, but I think I captured you the right way. Continue.
Thank you, Larry. I just, as a matter of practicality, can we be gentle tomorrow? Because if the power now goes off,
Yes.
I will not be able to follow the proceedings.
Okay. Yes, it's a minute before 4 o'clock. Where is the witness? Mr. Pikela, you'll continue your cross-examination tomorrow. Where is the witness? Are we waiting for the witness?
My lady, she's coming through now. I'm 21 to call her.
Ms. Mahlangu, it appears you're going to be with us for a very long time.
The second day tomorrow, my lady.
Yeah, you are reminded that you are still under oath and we are proceeding tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 10th of May, 2023. The proceedings are therefore adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
As your ladyship.
May it please the court, my lady.